living my life.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just.
It's a great experience for sure.
And maybe we should look at how we integrate our, all of our payer contracts, our contracts, and just say that.
All right, good morning, everyone. I have 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started. So I'd like to welcome everyone here this morning to our 8th annual Bear Innovation Competition. Our competition inspires and supports entrepreneurial thought and action, and that's why we're here today. So welcome students, families, friends, judges, keynote, mentors, supporters of the UImagine Center, family and friends. We're happy to have you here, and we're happy to be in person. This is the first time, obviously, since COVID hit that we're allowed to gather in one spot without masks in this beautiful building. So welcome. The goal of the UImagine Center, particularly Bear Innovation, is just that, to inspire entrepreneurial thought and action within our Ursinus students and to support them in that process. So that's what we do. We're excited to see our student competitors here, and we're interested and looking forward to your presentations today. You've all brought passion to your projects and to ideas that help make the world a better place. And so we're happy for you, and we're happy that you're here doing that. We all know that staying relevant in today's world requires being on the leading edge, and nothing has shown us more than that than the past 2 years of the pandemic. Problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, tenacity, and resilience are all skills that are needed in today's working environment. And recent events have demonstrated why now more than ever those skills are critical for our students. So I'm happy to be a part of that education, and I'm happy that you're here learning this. The UImagine Center is primarily funded through philanthropy, and we've been very, very fortunate. Will Able and the Able Family Foundation, since the inception of the Bear Innovation Competition, has funded the prize money and the support for the competition. And his goal is really to do just that, to encourage students, our community, to be entrepreneurial thinkers, problem solvers, and more importantly, doers, taking that action to make things happen. And we are very proud this year to have gold sponsors. Something Creative, one of our own, Jen Cohen-Crompton, and Cinero. So we've had the support of those two companies to help us fulfill our mission and to bring this competition to you. So we're especially thank you, we offer special thanks for that. I'll just do a little plug for the UImagine Center. If you have an interest in philanthropy, we are running a Digital Spark program this summer that pairs students with small businesses, startups, in a very entrepreneurial way. They take on digital marketing projects for 8 weeks in the summer. And our previous donors have funded that program. Students get a $2,500 stipend. The college provides on-campus housing for them, and we pair them up and partner them to go out and provide this support. So that's very cool. And it's been very successful, and the outcomes have been great. It's been a real differentiator for people to go out and find jobs. So special thanks today to everyone here, particularly our keynote speaker, Quentin Altimos, our judges, Jen Cohen-Crompton, Amy Pulowski, I hope I'm saying that right.
You got it.
Chris Biddle, Brandon Dowd, and our mentor, Rob, I'm going to just say it, Rob Rosinski.
That's fine.
It's terrible. And like, I've seen this name in writing 10,000 times, and I still can't get it right. Our founding faculty advisors, Dr. Jaref and Dr. Circa, and all of those that support the center. Particularly our UImagine Center ambassadors, who are all sitting here. They're really the engine behind the UImagine Center. We do a lot of workshops, programs, events, education, and it takes an army. And so without all of these students, we wouldn't be able to provide the robust programming that we provide to students at Ursinus. And in addition to that, they do it in a way where they assume the leadership and accountability for it. So as you see, they had me all organized for today. So a big thanks to everyone sitting here. Our program today, the way that it'll work, Our teams will come up and present. They'll have 8 minutes to present, and we will be timing that. Once they're done, at 7 minutes, who's our timer? At 7 minutes, if you could raise your hand and give them a signal that they have a minute to go. At 8 minutes, we'll gently cut them off, so everybody has the same amount of time to present. Our judging panel will have the opportunity to ask questions, and then the judges will score, and then we'll go on to the next team. We will take a break midway through, and I invite you all to a reception afterwards. We'll have a very nice catered reception as the judges deliberate, and then we'll come back in and have our keynote address and the awards presentation. So you are all invited to that. Logistics, if you didn't hear me earlier on, we are in a new building, not so much new, but for a lot of people, it's the first time they've been in. Restrooms are down to the right and another right. If you need anything, pen, water, coffee, anything, any one of our UImagine Center ambassadors can help you out. Okay, so here's our ambassadors, here's our judges. I wasn't clicking my slides forward, so I apologize for that. And our keynote speaker. And so with that, I am going to try and get these presentations up and running. So, I'd like to introduce Manning Smith. Manning was our first UImagine Center ambassador.
Always says that.
He's now a junior, so we are getting ready for him to leave, and that's not going to be a good thing. But we have a number of people that will take his place. But Manning has really been the team lead for Bear Innovation, so he has been the recruiter of students, the organizer of our teams, not to
With the help.
with the help of everyone, and really was instrumental in bringing this program together and bringing it to you here today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Manning. So he will be our MC today, guiding the teams up, and we'll get started.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly run through the order of today, and then also I'm going to just kind of list off some of the majors and minors of our participants today, just to give you kind of a sense of who's coming with you today. So today we're going to start off with current gear, and that is Connor. So Connor is a biology major, so he will be starting us off today, and then we'll move on to Spark Formal. And Connor is also, he is also a freshman, and so we also have a number of other freshmen here today. So that leads me into Spark Formal, and that's Jack and Jake, right? Yep. And you guys are economics, both economics actually, sorry. And you guys are both freshmen as well. And then we have Shepherd Steeder, and that's Mecca, and she's also a biology major. BC&B, and art minor, which is very impressive. Oh, major too. Oh, sorry, major. Wow, I need to get my notes straight here. Sorry, not to diminish anything, but art major. Wow. And then next we'll have Anchor Point, which is Matt Tsai, and he is also a economics major, and he is a junior as well. And then we have Maia Crocs, and she is a junior as well. And Maia is a anthropology and sociology major. And then we have Greenplane, Sung, he's a senior. And Sung is a BC&B major as well.
I'm actually a junior.
Oh, you're a junior?
Yeah, I'm a junior.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a senior.
It's okay.
Oh, wow. Very impressive. I'm so sorry. And then Aaron Diamond with ECIM. He is a senior. He plays football. And he is a media and communications major, MCS. And then we'll have the Bridge Foundation with Trevor Mislin. He's a junior as well. And Trevor is a environmental studies major. And then Jewelry for Humanity, and that's Christine Herron. Did I say that correctly?
It's Herron.
Herron, sorry. And she's a biology major, and you are biochemistry. That's it, biology. Biochemistry, and bio minor, or bio major too.
No.
Just sorry. And then we'll wrap us up with Maylee and with Fuel My Fire, and Maylee is a applied economics major. So those are 11 participants, 10 teams. and they'll work us through the day. So without further ado, I think I will turn it over to Connor, and we'll get started here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I crashing into you? You're good. It's because I brought this big old bag.
I'll give you
There we
guys
go.
just, we'll give you just like 2 minutes real quick, just to get organized if you guys need it, or you guys think you're ready to rock and roll right now.
We're ready.
Yeah,
You
we're
are?
ready.
I'm good.
And
Yeah.
you can jump in as soon as they're ready. Here's your clip here, and I think you're all set.
Hopefully it works. Hello, my name is Connor Evangelisto. I'm a biology major, digital studies minor, Able Scholar, and a freshman here at Ursinus. Today, I'm here to present to you Current Gear, a new innovation in swimming technology. Since the kickboard's inception in the 1940s, swimming as a sport has continued to grow and improve over time, but the quality of the equipment and the market itself has stayed the same. With its innovative designs, Current Gear pokes a hole in the swimming equipment market and has big potential for serious profit. Allow me to tell you a little bit about myself and how I arrived at this idea. As I just said, my name is Connor Evangelisto. I'm from Gloucester Township, New Jersey, and I went to a small public high school called Highland Regional High School. It was there that I decided to join the swim team with the sole intention of just getting out of the house and off the couch. But little did I know how much I'd fall in love with swimming. I was a varsity member all 4 years, I was a team captain my senior year, I was awarded the most points scored award 3 years, and I helped lead my team to an undefeated division championship win for the first time in school history. Now, over these 4 years of swimming, I learned something very crucial about the sport. Its equipment sucks. My teammates and I groaned and complained whenever our coaches told us we would have to use a kickboard or buoy during practice. It was outright uncomfortable, and we would always be grabbing our necks and shoulders, wondering if there was a better alternative out there that made swimming more comfortable. Speedo, TYR, no brand you could think of offered what I wanted. So I decided to take initiative, and I set out to create the perfect set of equipment to fulfill my swimming needs. What I set out to achieve. Now, if I wanted to create equipment for swimmers, I knew I would have to talk to swimmers. What they liked about equipment, what they hated about it too. Customer feedback is essential because I wanted this to be by swimmers, for swimmers, with the goal of reducing the chance of injury while also improving performance. After lots of research, trial and error, as well as laps in the pool, I present to you Current Gear. Current Gear's goal as a company is to distribute swimming equipment to athletes worldwide that helps them reduce their chance of injury while also improve their ability to swim effectively. The Current Gear Kickboard. Now, with the standard kickboard, it's not uncommon for swimmers to suffer from head, neck, and shoulder injuries. More importantly, the very concept of a kickboard teaches swimmers poor streamline discipline. But with my design, swimmers are able to comfortably put their head in the water while also having a lowered shoulder position. These modifications eliminate the discomfort that swimmers commonly feel when using a kickboard. Now, comparing a Current Gear kickboard to a standard kickboard, you can see a clear difference in my body positioning when I'm in the water. With a standard kickboard, my shoulders are underwater, but still above my elbows. My neck is being strained by my head looking forward. Who wants to swim like this? And the smaller board is simply less buoyant, so there's just more pressure on my shoulders and arms overall. It's not a fun experience. But with the Current Gear kickboard, you can see my shoulders are perfectly in line with my elbows. The hole for my head removes the need for me to constantly look forward and strain my neck. And the larger board is more buoyant, so there's less pressure on my shoulders and arms overall. It's a much more comfortable swimming experience. The Current Gear buoy. Now, it doesn't take much for a swimmer to lose a buoy between their legs while they're doing a flip turn or at any other time in the pool. But with my design, the buoy is comfortably secure between the swimmer's legs, and they're less likely to lose it. The larger size and adjustable nylon straps of the Current buoy aid in keeping it between the swimmer's legs. Also, since these straps are adjustable, it makes the Current Gear buoy accessible to any swimmer of any leg size. Now, why is this needed now? The swimming equipment market is controlled by big corporations that continue to fail at making anything new or comfortable. They just pump out the same pieces of foam. But no one wants the same pieces of foam. They want something new that actually helps them improve in the pool. My high school teammates back home and Kevin Sun from the Science College swim team thought that the Current Gear prototypes were leagues ahead of what's on the market right now. Swimming is a popular sport worldwide, and with companies like Speedo and TYR alone making a combined estimated annual revenue of over $290 million, there's clearly a market for this equipment. As I just said, there's a large market for this equipment. Potential customers include, but are not limited to, private teams, schools, clubs, public and private pools, individual customers like yourself that might just want to swim better, sporting goods stores like Dick's Sporting Goods, and even Olympic level swimmers could be interested in this equipment. Now, in order to reach out to these potential customers, I plan on making various social media sites like Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook to promote Current Gear equipment. I already have a complete Current Gear website made that thoroughly explains the product and its design. And since Kevin and my high school teammates love this equipment so much, I plan on reaching out to other high schools and colleges to see if they'd be interested in order of Current Gear equipment. Business model and financials. Now, the cost of production of both the kickboard and the buoy are relatively low, but with the manual labor being paid at a fair rate, it increases the cost of production to around $70 per kickboard and $60 per buoy. You know, ideally at a larger scale, Current Gear would have a factory to produce these products, increasing efficiency, lowering the amount of time and manual labor per product. This would make the cost of production around $30 per kickboard, sell for $35 for a 17% net profit per board. Now, kickboards on the market right now sell from anywhere between $12 to $20, and yet although those prices are cheaper than Current Gear prices, we believe that our prices are fair because we provide a better swimming experience. A similar situation for the buoy, the cost of production would be around $20, then it would sell for $25 for a 25% net profit per buoy. Again, the costs on the market right now range between $11 and $20, and yes, those prices are cheaper, but Current Gear provides a better, more comfortable swimming experience with equipment. Now, Current Gear's business model as of right now is similar to that of many startups. There's no consistent revenue, and I am the only employee. But our production cost is relatively low, which is very good. Now, by gaining a small, steady consumer base, Current Gear will have the funds to grow into its future business model, where those sporting goods stores and pools are consistent customers. A sales and manufacturing staff are hired on a fair payroll, and I assume the position of CEO, all while managing to maintain the same low production costs from the startup phase. From there, Current Gear can go on to produce larger orders of equipment and even add more equipment to their roster of things to sell, like fins or caps or goggles. The possibilities are endless when it comes to swimming equipment. Some immediate next steps I plan on taking for Current Gear are, as I said previously, to create social media accounts to promote the equipment, to apply for a patent, as because of right now, Current Gear equipment is not patented, but I'm confident in saying after extensive research that Current Gear equipment does not infringe on any other company's intellectual property. And since Ken and Son from the Science College swim team love the equipment so much, I plan on reaching out to the rest of the swim team to see if they'd be interested in an order of Current Gear equipment. I hope you all see the potential that Current Gear has as a business and as a brand. It provides something new and comfortable to a market that has stayed the same for way too long. Its design and focus on improving performance as well as reducing the chance of injury gives it a leg up on the current competition. Thank you so much for your time. Go Bears! Everyone want to try on the buoy? Any questions?
I'll try it on.
Try it on? Come on up.
Yeah.
So we'll open it up to
Take a second,
questions
my
and
pockets
answers.
You have some.
You're not actually going
Try all
swimming, it's okay.
Yeah, we don't have time to go to the pool, I don't think.
I don't know what I'm doing, so you're gonna have to.
So you can put it between your legs, squeeze on tight, and then these will come around.
Oh, all right, cool.
And luckily they're adjustable,
Nice,
so they
that's
can
good
fit
for
on
me.
your legs.
Yeah.
We get them tight.
And what's this do again?
So
For,
these
like,
are
when you're
primarily
turning?
for pull sets when you're only supposed to use your arms.
Got it.
So that keeps your legs floating without having to kick. But you reach a wall, then you have to do a flip turn, and you lose it. I can't count how many times I've lost a buoy.
Cool.
And this thing really keeps it between your legs so you don't lose it.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to try?
I'm good.
That's great. You did a great job. Mary.
Are these the only prototype pieces that you have, or do you have other pieces?
These are the only prototypes I have as of
Okay.
right now.
Do you have plans for different sizes, especially the board?
Yes, I made this specifically for like my height when I was measuring everything out, but definitely it could be made for juniors or anyone else of any size.
Connor, yeah, a few things. One, three things I really liked about your presentation. Extremely passionate. I love that you did the voice of customer, right, to really figure out what do your potential consumers need. I think that was great. Also, the research you did on intellectual property to see if that was going to infringe, fantastic there. Number two, I was telling my friends here on the panel that my daughter just finished Little Bears swimming school, and Kevin was her actual instructor.
Really?
And yes, she loved him, which was great.
Wow.
So that was interesting to me. So two questions I have for you. Number one, when you talked about your cost of production, what I didn't see in there were, I imagine on the apparatus here, you'll have to put some sort of language that's not intended to be a life preserver.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's probably some legal ramifications if you're tying something up against your feet. If somebody falls over when they're walking out of the pool with it on, what kind of legal implications does that have? So just thoughts on that and how you've thought about that in the context of your costing model.
That's actually something very unique that I hadn't previously thought of before, but I feel like that's something that could be easily fixed with maybe a stamp or an imprint into the foam that has that small text that says, "You can't sue us if you fall." But that's a very good point. I'll have to look into that.
Good.
How to do that. Yeah.
And then second question, you really came down hard on Speedo and TYR, right? Would you ever consider going into partnership with them or looking into a potential partnership since they already have the manufacturing facilities to build out boards in the old school way, but with your new apparatus?
If they're willing to listen, to their customers, I mean, it would make things a lot easier because they already know the brand. They don't, customers don't have to learn a new brand. So that's something that's definitely a possibility.
Yes, great. Thank you, Carter.
I would also like to say you did an excellent job presenting and with the concept. I'm a terrible, awful swimmer, and so none of this would help me, but I do have
You
friends
don't
who
know yet. It
swim.
might.
Right, maybe it could, who were actually talking about kickboards the other day and how annoying it is to swim with them.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about my inability to swim. Anyway, so just a question for you back to the production manufacturing. So I think that that's probably going to be one of your biggest challenges is figuring out how to decrease the cost to be able to make a higher profit.
Yeah.
So obviously economies of scale, the more you order, the cheaper things are going to be. But what do you think is kind of the max cost that the market would be able to handle for your product?
Like for cost of production?
Sorry, for the sale price.
Oh, for the sale price. Definitely what it's at now, around that $35 and then $25. But the big thing that made the cost of production so big was that manual labor, because I literally sat and cut these pieces of foam out and sanded it for about 10 hours. So I just applied that to a standard minimum wage. But I know that I was actually thinking like I could make like cookie cutouts for like gingerbread cookies. I could make a cookie cutout for these kickboards and buoys and just push down on it, and then it would take me no time at all.
Okay.
So I definitely think there is room to lower the cost of production and then make that percent profit per board and buoy greater.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that that's one thing to consider is just how to decrease that production cost. So that way you can turn a profit on this and your profit margin can increase. And that's more attractive to investors, you get to that point. So, great work.
Any other questions?
Hey, Connor, is it a single material foam?
Pardon?
Meaning consistent one material?
Yeah, so the kickboard is single material foam. I don't know if you consider the buoy single material foam, because the way I did it is this is actually two pieces of foam and then I put them together with contact cement in the middle, because I couldn't find like a square piece of foam to cut it out of, so I took two skinnier pieces of foam and put them together. But that could have just been my inability to shop in Home Depot effectively. So
because I was thinking kind of a follow-up to the production question. I don't know if you have any chemical engineering or material science friends that have a 3D printer, but it might be something to look into.
that is definitely good. I have
That's a good thought.
back in high school. I have worked with 3D printers before. I know a little bit about them. That is an excellent idea. Something I haven't considered before.
Well, I was a swimmer here actually myself when I was a student, so I very much enjoy that. It reduces form loss and it's much easier to swim with, which is great. And just the idea of having a more streamlined position is wonderful. One thing I'd be interested in looking into is the actual stresses that normal kickboards place onto the body, putting a lot of strain on the shoulders, particularly for butterflyers and breaststrokers.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see if you could develop something or even data showing a reduction in strain on the various joints in the upper body as a result of using a more streamlined kickboard,
Right.
because even if you couldn't sell it as, oh, it promotes better form, you could sell it as, the reduction to strain on the joints is less impact on your swimmers, which could result in a better training section.
That would be a really cool study for me to do for this product, to get a doctor or someone to examine their shoulders and their rotator cuffs afterwards, before and after like a 3-month period of using the product. And actually, I remember reading a few websites that say that some people don't recommend using a kickboard at all because it's so bad on your shoulders. So I would be interested to see how this would compare to a regular kickboard as well. Yes.
First off, great job with your presentation.
Thank you.
Public speaking is like one of the most useful things you can have as an entrepreneur, or just as an employee or anything. And it's a good job. Like, keep up with that, because as young as you are, that's something that you can carry with you for no matter what you do, really.
Thank you.
One question I had was with the materials. Where do you source them currently?
Well, I started this in high school, so I just went to Home Depot
Okay.
and picked everything up. I could, on my website, it has links to all the materials I used,
Okay.
and on this one slide, I had the prices for most of it, and
Okay.
on my website there are links to all the online URLs for those same materials.
Okay. Have you looked into like other I guess manufacturers of foam that you might be able to get cheaper bulk orders of it, or?
I have not, only because I was very limited in my budget
Got it.
when making these prototypes, and I was very limited on time.
Right.
But different foams could provide different buoyancy if they absorbed or repelled the water. So that definitely could be a factor,
Right.
something I could look into.
Okay. Cool. Great.
Anything else?
Oh, one thing is, have you ever filed a patent before, by the way?
I have not. I was looking into it when I first started this last year, but no one in my family has any experience as a lawyer, and there was a lot of conflicting information online, so I really didn't know who to go to. But I know here at Ursinus there is a free pro bono lawyer, and Maureen has connections with an IP lawyer, so it's definitely something that's more accessible to me now.
Yeah, that's good. There's a way to file a patent which is called a silent patent.
A silent patent.
That protects the IP longer than a standard patent.
Really?
What you're going to want to do with this, because otherwise Speedo will have other people, filtering through and trying to duplicate it
Yes.
before you get
Right.
the patent. So that's one thing.
Right. Yeah. Don't tell me.
Do you have NDA?
Yeah, right?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you for your
All right.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
One thing to note is that, well, you know this, but the prizes, so like there's first prize, second prize, third prize, but then there's best oral presentation and Ready, Set, Go. Ready, Set, Go is for someone who is actually like ready to go ahead and do this. Like if they were
Or
to
is
get the
currently-
$2,000, yeah, or they're already doing it. And so like that money could go directly to like
We'll
helping
just
their
give them,
business advance.
like 2 minutes.
So just keep that in mind. He could if like we thought that the $2,000 was something that was gonna like help him immediately. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Give us a moment. All right. So it's from 1 to 10 is the numbers you put up top.
Just want to take a minute as a technical reminder to our teams presenting. The closer you can stay to the screen, the better our live stream will be, and you'll be in it. So,
Thank you.
we want you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just like to always keep that in mind, like who did well with the presentation.
You good? All right, so are you guys all good?
Good.
All right.
Yep.
So I am Jake Connolly. I'm Jack Shiver, and we are both freshmen here at Ursinus. We're both applied economics majors and play lacrosse here today.
So we came up with Spark. That is an app that connects alumni from a school to current students to help them navigate the career world.
So what's the problem? So we've noticed ever since we came into college that a lot of kids really don't know what they want to do after college. And we think this is a massive problem because we've asked a lot of people and they're like, well, I'm a marketing major and I want to go into marketing. Well, what does that entail? And we feel like a lot of people don't really know what they want to do after college, and we think that's a massive problem.
So our solution was Spark, and we thought we should take it into our own hands because both of us are like, well, I don't really know what I want to do. I'm like, I want to go into business. I have questions. I don't know anyone to ask. So we're like, let's do it ourselves. Create Spark, which is what the best way to connect with people who went to your school and people in your field to answer all your questions, ask whatever you have, and just get a better sense of what you're going to do once you graduate college so you're not so confused. So why now? We decided to create Spark now because we're both going through it. We understand how big of a problem this is, especially talking to my friends, his friends, and just realizing that everyone has questions and there's not an easy answer for all of them. So, and one of the biggest perks of our design is the giant market size, which is 16.6 million college students in the U.S., and it's growing each year, and that means more questions. So.
All right, so obtaining students/mentees. So we'll partner with schools via their sporting events or academic events or other events to get our product name out there. And we want our marketing plan to be sort of interpersonal because we don't really think a commercial based or like Facebook marketing advertising plan would work very well because our app is very person-to-person, interactive. We want our marketing to feel that way too. And then obtaining mentors. This was a hard part because like what's the incentive for a mentor to come onto this program and help mentees? And the answer is alumni love to help current students. I mean, a lot of you guys are alumni here and you're taking time out of your own day to come and help us. And we think it'll be the same with Spark. So alumni will come and help mentors or mentees and students find a framework and a guide of how they're going to enter the real world.
So just as a little, bring you guys up to speed on how big and how fast we could access this market. So if we debuted our platform at Ursinus College, that's roughly 1,500 students. It's an entire student body. And if we moved into Cabrini University, Eastern University, and Westchester University, as well as already up to 19,000 students in just the surrounding area right here. And if we expanded into the entire Pennsylvania college market, that's almost 600,000 students. And as a long-term goal, we'd hope to move into the entire U.S. college market, which is 16.6 million college students.
So what are our competitors? You might think, as soon as you heard of this, LinkedIn and Handshake. But what we offer that LinkedIn and Handshake don't is that interpersonal connection, one-on-one talking that LinkedIn and Handshake don't. On LinkedIn, it's really just you go and connect with the person and you might text them, maybe. And Handshake is kind of you apply for jobs, apply for internships, and stuff like that. But with Spark, it's really mentoring. Like there will be alumni that talk through with mentees about how to navigate, find a job you like, find a career you like, and more commonly a framework to move forward on. So our app design, there will be a mentee profile. It's kind of hard to see on here. But there will be like a mentee profile which will have the student's name, it'll have their major, where they went to college, just a little bit about them, past experiences, achievements, and the people they've been mentored in by the past. And then there will be an explore page that mentees can go on to go and find new mentors that perfectly suit their needs. And then for the mentor profile, it'll have their current position at their current job they're working at. And then it'll have their past experiences, kind of like why they're qualified to help you, where they went to school, and then their past mentees that they've helped in the past. And then on the right, you can see a little example of somebody helping another person. And then usability and affordability. We want Spark to be readily available to everybody to use, so we have 3 different plans, which will be a free one, which will have ads on it, and you'll only be able to text communicate with mentors. And then a premium option, which will be $9.99 a month, and it'll be no ads. You'll be able to have multiple mentors at once, which you won't have on the free option. And then for the organizational subscription, it'll be kind of like Okta or Canvas does. They provide kind of like infrastructure for colleges, but kind of the same approach to it in that we'll charge colleges a flat rate fee of $5.99 per user at their school, but those users at their school will have the access to the premium version for free through their school. So, and then business model, our revenues are advertisements and subscription fees, like I just said, and the subscription fees will mainly be driven by those organizational fees. And then cost and key activities are app development, marketing, and employees. And then since our idea is not actually a real tangible thing yet, we're going to need some fundraising, which we'll do through venture capital and crowdfunding. And then we want our app to be very easy to use, very sleek, so we'll need to develop a good app that's very usable. And then marketing in the local college market, like Jack said, we want to start off small with your sinus and then in the area, and then scale up throughout the country. So overall, we think Spark is kind of tapping into an untapped market that's really valuable and that nobody's really seeing right now. Every single college student has questions about where they're going to end up after college, and there's no platform for them to be answered on. So we think Spark helps, with that. So
I'll ask a question just about so you kind of talked about, this is a concept, if you think about actually developing it, you'll have to get some funding. Have you put numbers to what you think you may need to get to develop that?
I didn't want to put like a bunch of raw data in the presentation, but I calculated it would be around $60,000 to develop a very good app, and along with like marketing it to local colleges through sporting events. So we'd probably need in excess of $60,000. So.
Okay, and then just again from that perspective, you talked about charging students or having an organizational subscription, right? So
Yeah.
either the institution would pay and all the students would have access,
Yeah.
or individual students would pay for their own access?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the idea is that like if your school doesn't have like the subscription,
You
can
can still-
get it. So,
Okay,
Yeah.
and would it be available, and I know you don't know the answer to this yet, but would you be thinking about making this available outside of college for those students? Like for instance, if you subscribe now, but then you graduate, can you keep that mentor or mentee
Yeah.
subscription and then like flip over to a mentor or something like that?
Yeah, and along with this is like graduate programs. That's another big question. So
Yeah,
people like
that was like one of our biggest basis
Yeah.
questions.
You can continue to have your mentee profile as long as you like to keep getting mentored by alumni or whatever, and then you can also mentor people. So yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I did some app work, I guess you could call it, in college. It was an app called Connexi, and basically we were running tests on our sciences campus to see feasibility of it, who would use it, and it comes down to users, and you need a lot of users
Yeah.
in order for basically all your revenue.
Yeah.
Because the advertisements, you won't be able to, pull money from unless there's people
Yeah.
using the app. That's kind of
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
those ad deals work. So how do you plan to really get people interested in using the app? Because it's not every student is gonna need it or
Yeah.
want to use it.
Yeah.
So you really, go ahead.
Like we've seen that like we talked about this with Maureen, like how would we get people to use it? And like college kids are always like on their phones, phones always at their fingertips, and there's alumni that's willing to come and help. And we think like if those two are connected and we offer a platform to do that on, college students will use it. And along with like I was saying, like the very kind of college personalized marketing plan, so like sponsoring like a sporting event, say down in Patterson, like we believe that would really drive the amount of users that would be on the platform.
Have you done?
Add something, Jake.
Okay.
I think our conversion rate would be better using an app than like telling Jake like, hey, you should go check out the career center.
Exactly.
I think students
Right.
would be more likely to go on an app on their phone and be like, I'm going to talk to so and so and get information, than having to walk over there and talk to someone in person.
Have you done any like type of tests or like rough like marketing?
Yeah.
We did a
Yeah.
rough survey across the men's and women's lacrosse team.
Okay.
Just talking about, do you have questions about your career or
Okay.
like possible career after college? I think every single person said yes to that. And then our second question was, would you download an app to connect you with a mentor that could help answer those questions?
Cool. Yeah, one thing that we did that was pretty cool when we were trying to push our app and people to get on it is we bought like a geo-targeted Snapchat filter. You can do that for just your
Yeah.
sciences campus and have your logo and something
Yeah,
fun
yeah.
or whatever. I think we were like selling hot dogs or something like
Yeah.
that, just to get people the
Yeah.
brand out there and get people interested in or asking questions really of what you're trying to do. So good luck with everything.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think very impressive concept you have here. I think it's done in a number of different ways at different colleges. You're right, you know, at many colleges you can just walk down into the guidance center or whatever and make that connection, but it's gonna be a lot easier if it's just like pull out my phone,
Mhm.
right, I'm coming home from a cross practice and oh my gosh, I got a question, I gotta
Yeah.
connect with this person, so I think that's great. Two things, one, obviously, you need to pay very close attention to privacy since you'll have a lot of personal data you'll be collecting on people,
Yeah.
so as you build out the app, that's something you wanna make sure of. Talk to me about kind of random question here. Why Spark? Why did you name it Spark?
It was kind of just like a spur of the moment thing. We were like, it was like we need to name this thing, and then it was like, what do like two things do when they like make contact with
Yeah.
each other? We were like,
It was
Spark.
like the connection was the
The
spark.
connection piece.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was wondering because like so many companies have the name Spark these days.
Yeah.
Ton of consulting companies. Like,
Yeah.
there's one downtown. We have a pharmaceutical company named Spark. So was just curious there on the name and then how you kind of envisioned that being your product.
Yeah.
Yeah, within the app, we were hoping to like, you know what a follow is,
Or
like
like
that,
connection.
like a match, a connection.
Yeah.
Our thing would be a spark.
I was
Yeah.
gonna ask you
Yeah.
if you could like swipe for your mentors.
Yeah, that was kind of like the idea with the
That was kind of
Explore
like the
page.
joke of like the
Yeah.
thing, like.
Like we would tell people like, oh yeah, our Bear Innovation thing is Tinder for mentors. Like, yeah.
But I don't think it's a very good thing. So
Yeah.
Not these days.
So
now
yeah.
it's a scroll. It's a
Well,
scroll.
but
It's not
it
swipe
gives you
anymore.
people,
Yeah.
they would understand what
Yeah.
the concept is.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, I'm like, oh, mentor now. Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, but you
Swipe
You're the
can, like,
match.
Yep.
That's what like the Explore page is. You can like scroll through and see like who you like, who you don't. Like
Yeah.
reach out to who you like, who you don't. Yeah. So.
Cool.
One thing to look into, a company your stage, like a seed, where you're talking about the venture firm that obtained
Mhm.
funding. Another one to look into is accelerators.
Mm.
There's a lot of them around, and they give you the mentorship. They help you design, business plan, presentation, financials. They introduce you to investors, and sometimes there's a smaller monetary piece that you win if you get accepted into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
The other thing I thought of too is in the future, or have you thought of, it might be a marketing piece as well, is certain add-ons to it, like for example, offering pieces where the mentors do what's effectively like a TED Talk or something that people could then
Oh, yeah.
watch on there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Whether or
that's
not
actually
that's an
that's a really
additional
good idea.
cost or built
Yeah.
in, but then you could advertise that around
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
like go into the app to start with that and
Yeah, definitely.
stay there for the rest.
Especially the bigger audience
Yeah.
too.
Certainly.
So other than the mentors willing to help mentees, what's like, are they compensated? How is, because I've read in the
Yeah.
proposal that there's
Yeah.
compensation for them. Like,
Yeah, we
you're-
actually changed that
Okay.
after our rehearsal meeting with
Okay.
Maureen, because we thought about it and it's like, what highly skilled individual is going to be wanting $25 an hour for
Right,
helping
right. They'd rather do it
mentees?
for free and
Yeah,
feel good
do
about
it for free and feel good about
Yeah,
it, exactly.
okay.
So,
Cool.
Or there was one other thing I thought of, which was like sponsoring a mentor. So for instance, like if there's people who don't have access to it and it's $10 a month, like I feel like when I was in college, I didn't feel like paying $10 a month
Yeah.
for anything. That you could have the mentors potentially like sponsored 10 students to join the
Yeah.
app or something like that.
yeah.
So just a random thought I thought of when you were going through it.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you.
Lost my tech bag, but I'm gonna give it a go.
We're much speedier this time.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, all of us except
Not calling anybody out here, but.
except one.
Right.
I think it was yours.
What?
What did I do?
Someone on the last presentation. I think it was yours.
Forgot a category?
Yeah. So then make sure we fill out all.
I think I got.
It's not a big deal.
I think that defaults to a 10
Yeah.
for whoever. No.
I don't think I
It's
did.
our fault.
Maybe I did. I don't know.
Minute for the judges.
This is the most like not human faces I've seen in a very long time. I'm used to just seeing eyes and above.
Well, you have the prettiest ones right here, you know.
Is everyone okay to begin?
Yep.
Alright. Hi, my name is Mika Verghese, and I'm a junior at Ursinus. I'm a biochemistry and molecular biology major and art history minor. That sounds like 4 things, it's 2. and I'm so grateful and excited to have the opportunity to share with you sort of a dream project of mine that I've been thinking about for a long time called Shepherd's Theater. So in thinking about where to start and what stories to share, I think there's no better one to share than my own. So my parents immigrated from the not from the United States, to the United States, from India in the mid-90s. And I think one of their biggest challenges or struggles as parents was figuring out how to raise children to appreciate the culture that they came from, but also appreciate the culture that they were in. And so they tried everything from softball to pee-wee soccer, and nothing really stuck for me until they enrolled me in my first classical dance class at the age of 5 or 6. So this is Narthalia Academy, which is sort of my preschool dance academy, and this is me on the right side. This is my sister, my twin sister, who seems really happy to be here. But grumpy faces aside, I think 13 years of dance education really taught me how to take care of my body. It gave me confidence, it helped me learn about my culture, and of course it helped me learn how to express myself creatively. So I spent the next however many years thinking that I could pursue dance professionally until I realized that some of these opportunities for dancers trained in styles like mine were few and far between. And the data shows this as well. So a study done by the Americans for the Arts, which is a nonprofit organization, in 2018 shows that within the arts and entertainment industry, BIPOC individuals, so that's Black, Indigenous, and people of color, make up only 12% of that workforce. So there's definitely a void. And that can be due to a number of factors, whether that be access to education, sort of biases or leans in curatorial leadership, if we're talking about visual artists, distribution of funding, and also some of the centralization of some of the decision-making powers and properties here. So those are some of the reasons why. And so in thinking about how to fill that void, I think Shepherd's Theater is just that. So Shepherd's Theater is a multicultural center that aims to celebrate diverse voices and forms of creative expression through innovative storytelling. So I'd love to tell you a little bit more about what that is. I think this vision is threefold. So the first and sort of the big and central idea is a theater that would be sort of an arena or amphitheater style center that would be home to artists of all styles, particularly some of those ancient cultural styles. So Bharatanatyam, which is the Indian dance style that I'm trained in, other styles of dance. And the second, coming from that theater at some later point, would be a community center. I know a lot of corporations are really trying to do some of that DIE, diversity, equity, and inclusion training right now, and I think PowerPoints and slides are great, but I think dance and cultural education would be a really engaging way to do some of that, not only for corporations, but also for other educational institutions as well, some families, children. And then at last, I think, and this is my favorite idea, so a marketplace would grow out of this center where we could have musicians play live music in the summertime, have vendors sell food, artisans sell products. So this is some of, the vision, the three-part vision for Shepherd's Theater, where it could grow. And if you're curious about where the idea of Shepherd's Theater comes from, when I think about growing and rising from my roots, I think about trees and natural life. And there's a tree called Abotia albatronica. I think the environmental studies majors are going to have to correct me on that one. But it's also known as the shepherd's tree, and it has the deepest documented roots in the world. So I thought that was a fitting name for a project like this. And so the aims of Shepherd's Theater, just like the mission, would be threefold. One, to provide a brick-and-mortar space for some of these performers that have not had a space on Broadway or some of those professional theaters. The second would be to have some of those difficult conversations that we've been trying to have. And the third would be to empower all people of all abilities, of all talents, and give them a space to bring their time and talent to the world, to the public sphere. So how do we get there? I think in terms of this macro vision that I've been talking about, it begins with a talent search. With social media now, I think we can find talent through TikTok, through Snapchat, through whatever. So putting out an open call, seeing who's interested, who shares in this vision. The second would be to take a cohort of people who are interested, choreographers, musicians, performers, and do a pilot performance that we could live stream and share with an international, national audience. And the third, when we have the money and the manpower, to launch that theater. So in terms of the revenue model and how we'd get there, this is rough, but I think for the talent search, some of our costs would be advertising and social media, right? Full-time management promoting this idea, and our revenue would come from crowdfunding. Hopefully there are people out here, I believe that there are people out there that are looking for something like this, and have a vested interest in creating opportunities for people like me, other performers who are looking for those opportunities. So that would be the revenue. The pilot performance would have the additional cost of production, so live streaming, costuming, things like that. And we could gain revenue, again, through crowdfunding, but also through paid partnerships with corporations and organizations that want to support the cause. And then at last, the theater launch would be a bit more costly, but we would need to purchase the facility, have event staff, production, et cetera, but some of our revenue could come from renting the facility for other events, through sponsorships, ticket sales, and merchandise, et cetera. So I know that was a huge vision, but I think what excites me about this project is I think we can take step one today, this year. We have a beautiful Kaleidoscope Performing Arts Center right down the road, and I think with partnership with the college, with partnership with the theater department here, I think we could source local talent from the greater Philadelphia area and put on a performance. And I think from there, this huge macro vision could take that very first step. I could talk about this all day, so I'll stop myself here. But I'll leave you with this. I know firsthand the impact that dance has had on my life and the power that representation has had on my confidence and my ability to succeed. So I stand here because of that, and I want to give that opportunity to other little girls, little boys like me. I also have family members that are now raising children in mixed cultural families, and I want children, whoever they are and however they identify, to feel seen and represented and empowered, and I think Shepherd's Theater can do exactly that. So I hope you'll join me in supporting this mission. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
It's a wonderful idea. My mom's in the English Valley, so I always think back to staying in touch with the culture, and staying in touch with this at the same time. And I could think in the future, obviously you're working towards the facility and everything else. I could foresee multiple facilities naturally in metropolitan areas. But I don't know if you even thought about that.
Love that.
Would be an ultimate vision, yeah. So, and you're going to start with, are you going to start specifically with what you're familiar with, like your own culture, and then move out to others, or is there just a general net that you're going to cast?
I think a general net would be great. I think because my connections lie in the Indian dance industry, naturally that might be a start for me. Something that I wasn't able to address in detail in the presentation is I think what would be different about this market or this theater from other niche markets, like I don't know if you've seen advertisements for Shen Yun, which is the Chinese cultural theater. I'd love to create some discourse around kind of the different cultural traditions. So there's Thiruvadura, which is a folk dance from the area of India where my family's from, and it's a dance that women do at times of celebration or those big events. And I think you see that replicated in different cultural traditions. So we have theaters that kind of amplify one culture, but not one that really shows the connections between them. And I think this theater can do that. So hopefully we could cast a broad net. People would be interested, but if I have to start somewhere, I'll start with them.
Out of curiosity, I know this is a random question. Have you ever seen the Netflix show Inventing Anna?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
It's a little crazy, and my
Yeah.
my parallel here is going to be
Where are you going with this?
I know. So if you think about it, and just really briefly, she wanted to build this ADF, the Anna Delvey Foundation. And granted, it was not the best way that she was looking to build it, but it was kind of this cultural organization where it was around art, and she wanted to bring in the best art in the world and have people experience it, but also have areas where artists could gather and talk and exchange common ideas, and also have a marketplace. So at first when I was hearing you speak about this, it kind of
I see the
reminded me
connection.
of that a little bit. So a few things. Number one, you're an extremely charismatic speaker. I think you did an excellent job from your oral presentation. I love the fact that you made the story personal. How this is why this is important to me. How you came over, you tried softball, you tried these different things. Dance was the one that really fit for you, and that resonated a lot with me. I don't know if you see this with your son, but I know with my daughter, she'll try different things. She'll try basketball and she hates it, or she'll try soccer and she hates it. And we're looking for that one thing, and it's funny because dance is the one thing I think that she's starting to cling to. So that resonated with me. And I think the timing that you're looking to do this is a really good time, right? There's so much pressure on companies these days in their corporate sustainability and how they interact with the community and with their stakeholders around the community, that they would be very interested in sponsoring something like this. I think it's a really good time. for that. And the other thing that I noticed was a little bit different, and I realize I'm not asking you questions and more commentating, but I'll ask you for your commentary
Sure.
back. It's that in here, you weren't showing necessarily how much of a profit or a profit and loss statement that you'd be at. I think what you're looking for more here is a movement, right? A change in people's behaviors or how they view things. And I thought that was just very, very interesting. So I applaud you. I think it was very well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually love this slide and this comment because I think your personal story definitely can resonate with a lot of people, and in a lot of different ways, right? Because if you, not to get philosophical or anything, but if you look at like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, part of that is belonging and having a place to feel community, that sense of community, right? So talking about that shared human experience is really what this is all about and what people crave. And when they're brought together by something like a culture or, you know, dancing, something like that, it does really create a movement, you know, and I think that's amazing. And actually, funny that you said that about the financials, because I'm usually always like, all right, well, what's the financials? And then for this one, I was like, great idea, and I didn't even think of that because you didn't even address that. But I think it's also because, again, like, one of the things that you had just said was about sponsorships, right? So I think that sponsorships could definitely be a way to go for you when you're looking at this, because corporations will be interested in sponsoring something like this, maybe even that first performance that you're planning on putting together, and then that can create a way for others to be interested and invest, and I think that that's a great way to go. Also allows you to highlight some of that talent. Like, I don't know if you watched the Grammys this year, but it was really interesting that they brought people who support the celebrities up on stage to introduce them. So it was like, you know, their set designer or something like that. So it's really like showing the talent behind these productions. So I think you can give a lot of people a lot of voice, which is great. And also, again, like showing your culture, which is amazing. One of the things I was just going to ask you is, you know, what is the big, like, if you were to say, this is exactly what I envisioned it to be, or this is what I love, what would that really look like? Like, just don't think about money, don't think about anything else. Like, what would this be? Would it be like one location? Would it be multiple? What would it really be?
I mean, I like to dream big. I think with this project it was like,
go big. Tell me what the big is.
I think big would be something, I think metropolitan areas for this, because we want to be near people, right? So as much as I imagine this huge facility where we have an outdoor space and a garden and a place and all that, I think this might function best in Philadelphia, in New York City, in Los Angeles, where we can engage people. I think it's also accessible. I don't want this to be, I think love Broadway, but I think it's pricey, right? I want this to be an accessible space. So I imagine sort of this booming cultural center in these metropolitan areas that can not only do this sort of cultural work, but also provide employment. Something that's on the back of my mind is, you know, my grandma sewed, and she knew how to sew Indian clothes. She didn't know how to sew American clothes. You know, what can we do for those older folks that have skills or desires to do something meaningful with their lives, but, you know, can't sit in an office job, right?
Sure.
Can this be a place for them to find community, as we've been talking about? So I think that macro vision would be, you know, in a metropolitan area with all these components, bringing in volunteers, bringing in performers, making it sort of an intersectional space where we don't just have children or corporate people, just put everyone in one place around this idea of community and culture. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And part of the reason why I asked that was just about depth, like the depth of this idea. And I think that you're thinking through all the aspects of it, which is amazing. It also poses a challenge because you have to stay streamlined to start and have that one focus.
Right.
But there is depth to this, which I think is important if people are interested in being involved or sponsoring or, you know, anything from that perspective. So I love that you have that vision in mind. Yeah.
Great job presenting. I have a question about the social media marketing type stuff that you are planning to do or have been doing. What have you gauged any interest or had created those accounts yet on the various platforms?
I have not.
Okay.
I think what I would love to do as sort of a preliminary step is really sort of, you know, take the audience poll, get
Right.
sort of other voices interested, because I think where this can sort of fall short is it can become sort of like, oh, this young Indian woman starting an Indian theater, and I want it to be sort of a global effort with multiple diverse voices. So I think for me, the first step is finding that diverse team so that we can kind of market simultaneously to our own
Right.
networks, and then do some sort of social media challenge. I imagine some sort of dance that could go viral.
Yeah, I know like TikTok is crazy with that
Yeah.
stuff, and I use the app myself just because I'm interested in how it works, and just it obviously has a
Algorithms.
huge hold on younger generations and people being influenced.
Yes.
And you can get super creative with really any idea. If you have one just streamlined idea that you want to get out to people, and you can do it in a way that's portrayable through like a TikTok or Instagram, I think that's a great place to start and to gauge interest, because all of a sudden you might have 500,000 people that view your video, and then it's kind of your brand's out there, and it just kind of builds off that. So I would, and that's for free too. You just need to kind of come up with the idea and roll it out. I wouldn't think about it too much.
Okay.
Just
Go for
come
it.
up with an idea, put it out there. If people don't like it, they'll let you know.
Yeah.
And if they do, they will as well. So that's the advice I would have for you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Ooh.
Again, great job. To echo everybody, I really resonated with me very nicely. It was a great idea, great concept, great pitch. Two quick questions. One, do you envision it as being a for-profit or a non-profit entity?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for me, I kind of see myself as a third-party narrator in this idea, because it's more about these performers that have been struggling to find employment. So I'm not as financially savvy as I'd like to be at this point. I think as of right now, we'd probably have to operate as a for-profit entity, but the ultimate goal would be to provide, sustainable employment to some of these performers. So whatever model would best fit that need, I think would be the way to go.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then the second one, I was just curious on your intention for, I guess, turnover of performances and performers. So I know you were specifically trained in the Indian style of dancing, which is wonderful. So you might put on a show of that, but then maybe the month after you're doing Irish dancing, and after that Swahili. So it's a long time theoretically for someone who only knows Indian dancing to go without doing a performance. So do you envision them taking part in these new performances and being trained, or do you see them doing other events in the community center in the meantime between their initial performance and maybe 6 months from now when they come back and do the next one?
Yeah, I think it could operate in a number of ways. My initial thought would be really to never have like a single sort of cultural group take over a performance, because we've seen that before. And I think it's great and lovely, but I think the new idea here would be to try and blend styles in a new way. So create a performance that is sort of multicultural in its nature, and that way would give, longer spreads of employment. And in those downtimes, if we have something like a community center or a marketplace, it could employ those performers in other ways in the downtime. So, cool. Thank you so much.
Good job.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, put a little bit of pressure on us.
He didn't even want yours this
I
time.
know, he's like, forget it.
I was like, nah.
But that's not value added, yours.
How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Hello everyone, my name is Matthew Tsai. I'm a junior here at Ursinus College, and I'm studying applied economics with a management studies minor. So I've recently seen an opportunity to create a mobile real estate app to connect buyers and sellers seamlessly, and as of today it's in development, and I'm here to show you AnchorPoint. So on average, 96 times a day a person opens their phone, and 46% of millennials has made a big ticket purchase item within their phone, and the next big purchase will be a home, and that's what AnchorPoint offers you. The way AnchorPoint works is it connects buyers and sellers directly at a seamless process, and you can do all the legal real estate transactions within the app. So on a buyer's side, on the buyer's side, you can get the credit check pre-approved. Once you find your home, you make contact with the seller, and you can schedule an appointment with the seller, and then you can give feedback on the home to the seller and do the negotiation agreement on final price, and then all the legal documentations at the end within the app. On the seller side, you get 10 comps within the area, and then you can upload your home with the price that you agreed to, and then you connect with the buyer, and then you schedule a time to meet with them, and then you do the negotiation process, and as well as all the legal documentation at the end as well. So the way Anchor Point allows users to get a quick and seamless process, as well as building their confidence, and lastly, offering a reduced cost of the real estate transaction. So Anchor Point, targeting millennials and Gen Zs and home buyers and sellers. We see in a trend, millennials are making more significant transactions on their phones, and next logical step will be a home. So there's nothing really like this that's out there. Redfin, Zillow, Rocket Mortgage, they all connect you to a local agent, and Rocket Mortgage offers you, you can get a mortgage online, but there's nothing that's out there that completes transactions seamlessly for all home buyers and sellers. So as we know, the real estate transaction is very busy and a lot of work, and to make it more seamless, we will have to partner with a lot of companies like law firms, mortgage companies, as well as insurance companies and inspectors. So to profit, we're gonna offer each deal 1% to 2% from each deal, and also feature sponsorships and advertisements within the app. So on the left, you see the market for the U.S. real estate market, $43.4 trillion, and on the right is if we were able to take 1% of the U.S. market into our app, and we'll get $43 billion in revenue potentially. Over here, the user projections, if we're able to get 180 users off the first year, that's 15 users a month, and we were to multiply by the average home price in America, which is around roughly $400,000, and we were to take our average commission price from the app, we can potentially make $1.2 million off the first year, and if we were to double it the second year and so forth, we would get 2.4, 3.6, and 4.8. To able to get all those users, we're gonna have to market off of social media, big platform, and most importantly, word of mouth. There's nothing that's really out there like this and that offers this type of service, and if people are happy with how convenient and seamless it is and user friendly, then they're gonna tell their friends and family, which is big for us. So what I've done to date, I've conducted a market research in my hometown Lower Merion community with 50 individuals to see if they would utilize the app, as well as an app badge on the bottom left, and then 4 basic screens up top. And I would have showed you guys the beta today, but it won't be done for another 4 to 6 weeks. And the next step moving forward, once I have the beta to finalize, I will use it to grab users and see their feedbacks to see what they like about it and what they don't. And once I fix all that, then I can potentially talk to investors later down the line. Thank you guys. You guys have any questions?
I'm sorry.
No,
You wanna
go
go?
for it. You go for it.
Okay, I just jumped in.
I know, you just take it over.
Just a question. So I've bought one house so far in my life. But I guess the question is there are so many real estate people. I don't even know how big that market is, but there are people who are in real estate who are selling houses. This essentially would be eliminating those people, right? And your value proposition to a home buyer or seller is that you won't have to pay that commission out to that representative, right? So they're not going to like that. So how do you address real estate professionals Is there a way to get them involved in this, on board with this? I feel like you have to make them your friends and not your enemies, because there are a lot of them. So what are your thoughts on that? Have you thought about that market and how you would address?
Yes, so you already really see it out there right now, like Robinhood. You don't have to go through a brokerage anymore to grab stocks and stuff like that. So, and also potentially, like you said, with addressing it with having them as your friends, not enemies, we could later potentially partner later down the line with them and trying to grab more user base and kind of gear them towards create two separate apps, like how you see it in Zillow. You see a rental, and you can only see rentals in one app, and then the homes and all the good stuff in the main app. So we kind of maybe split it into two apps maybe later down the line.
Okay. The other thing I would just say is that when people are buying a home, it is becoming a bit more transactional than it was, but there are a lot of questions and a lot of thought that goes into that. So that would be the other thing I would think of through the app is, people are now buying cars through apps, which is great, but when you're purchasing a home at such a high ticket price, and with all the contingencies and things that go on, there are a lot of questions. So is there a way for the user to be able to ask those questions that are specific to their situation, not just like visiting like an FAQ page or something?
Yes, so there will all be a team on site 24/7 when you have questions and stuff like that, like lawyers, if you're having technical problems within the app. Everything is through the app. You can communicate buyers and sellers within the app, do the negotiation process, and also all the legal documentation will be stored in a cloud, like a CRM cloud, that you can access later down the line if you were to sell your home potentially, or if you need information for taxes or any sorts of good sorts.
I like that aspect of it, having everything electronically, so you don't have to look for it later. Okay, I think the biggest challenge would be with real estate agents, but thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, so overall, Matthew, a great idea. So like Jen, I bought and sold multiple houses, refinanced houses in different states. And I think that the first thing I had, you did very, very nicely in your written proposal. It resonated with me in your written proposal. I didn't see it so much here, which really talked about that pain point of, oh my God, I have the real estate agent, I gotta have a title person, I gotta have an inspection person, I gotta get a mortgage, and pulling that all together. And that's really the differentiator of your product, and I really like that. I wish that came through a little bit stronger in the beginning for really what's the pain point we're trying to solve here. But what you have here is a great offering. So two questions. One, do you see there being challenges? Again, every different state has different legal laws, right? Different escrow rules, tax rules. If there's homeowners insurance and homeowners associations, how do you plan to account for all these different nuances via templates?
Yeah, so we have different templates for each state, obviously.
Yep.
Each state has their own laws, like you said.
Yep.
There will be different templates within the CRM cloud that will be, obviously, the developers will put in.
Okay.
So like if you buy a house, it will generate various different rules and documents when you sign and stuff like that within the app, and depending on the state you choose, it will populate all that within the legal documentations.
Got it. Okay, good. So you're gonna have a pretty crackerjack team of lawyers here working on this, which is great. Yeah, and I think the only other question is, have you reached out to some of the banking organizations, mortgage organizations, to gauge their interest in this, in being part of this, right? Because they're going to be some of the key inputs and how you're going to ultimately sell your product.
So I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
But I plan on doing that once I have the beta to actually get an idea of show them how it actually works. So it'll be 80% of the app. You can't. The other 20% will be fully buying the home, but you can't do that. So once I have that, I'll be able to explain to other people more thoroughly on how exactly the steps we need to take to make this happen.
Got it. Very good. Thank you.
So with your partners, obviously there's a ton of moving parts, and so mortgage is one of the bigger ones. Would you have one big mortgage partner like Rocket Mortgage, or would you bring it down to the locale and have the local mortgage broker in Collegeville address the Collegeville transactions? How would that work?
In the beginning, I think working with the bigger companies will help us gauge an easier way, and because they already have their name, so it'll kind of be easier. But as we get bigger and bigger, we can accept starting to like add local companies in like Collegeville area and smaller banks and stuff like that.
Have you thought about, in light of that, true scaling plans? You know, to start out small enough where you work out all the glitches that are going to happen with all these partners and parts, and then in a particular area, then scale up a little broader, a little broader, a little broader.
Yeah. So my plan now, obviously, is to get the beta and get it tested and see how people use it before finalizing on it. But later down the line, we can potentially look at scaling with bigger, higher up companies and trying to expand and trying to transition the real estate market around this app if it get big enough.
So Matt, good job. I think from an industry perspective, well overdue for disruption, right? I feel
Yeah.
like we all, e-signatures is not like a sort of digital experience with this. Have you thought about this? It's a really complex ecosystem. I think you're hearing a lot of questions about that. Have you thought about maybe how you would prioritize within those players? Sort of Chris's question about how do you scale this up, right? Because it's a gigantic elephant to eat. I'm just wondering if you've thought about like what bites would you take first into that ecosystem?
Yes. So if I were able to finalize the beta, I would definitely reach out to lawyers first, real estate lawyers, as well as partnering with. We're gonna have Rocket Mortgage, for example. If we were to partner with them, them two actually work with us the biggest, I would say, like real estate lawyers going through the transaction phase, as well as before doing all that, getting approved for a loan. So kind of lawyers and mortgage companies would be like the first two, I would think, to like just step a foot into the industry with that.
One thought I just had from like the market perspective too is maybe it's who, and as you build this out, I think you'll figure this out, is who your real target audience is. So you kind of mentioned the Gen Zs and millennials, but maybe it's like second time home buyers because they've already been through the process like physically, and then moving toward like a digital disruption because they would be open to it. That age group would still be open to it, but maybe they've already been through the process once and now they're going through it the second time. They kind of understand everything that's there, and this just makes it that much simpler. So, I mean, even like I said about car buying, maybe look at some of the stats for like who's buying cars through apps and like what that experience is like, and that might help you kind of refine what that target audience is for your initial launch.
Yeah,
So.
me and Maureen were talking about it yesterday when we were kind of adjusting some things. We were saying like how people, like you said, the second time home buyers know the steps,
Right.
and they'll probably feel more comfortable going through the app because like they know already what's coming for them.
Yeah.
So it might be easier for them later down the line.
Yeah. Great idea.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea. Just a quick question, possibly clarification followed by potential question. So you guys would do all of the estimating and house inspection stuff in-house, right? Like
Yeah.
you would have your own people or your contractors.
Yeah, contractors to come out to their home to
Cool.
do all that for
And
them.
I'm not a real estate legal expert by any means, so I don't know if you would know. Do you have any insight into potential conflicts of interest that could arise by representing both the buyer and the seller? Because if you're connecting them and brokering that transaction, is there any potential conflict of interest by representing both parties in this situation? By that I mean you are the seller's agent who's also getting the estimates and all that, but you're also supposed to represent the buyer and get them theoretically the best price. So, not to say you would do this, but someone could raise a question like, oh well, you get a percentage of the commission, so your estimator might have marked it up an extra 5%, so now you get extra money at the end of it. So do you have any insight into how to potentially bridge that gap of conflict?
Yeah, so there would obviously be legal documentation of like the home comps in the area, things like that. But I can see where you're coming from, and potentially we could find a way to everything with like negotiation between 1 and 2 and within 1, so all that would be documented through there, and there would be just between you two to figure out the final price, negotiation wise. But right now I'm not sure how I would bridge.
No, it's a really hard thing, but it's a cool idea. I really do like it.
Good job.
So we have one more presentation and then we'll take a short break.
Oh.
It's bad for this.
He's making it hard,
Yeah.
making you work.
You still got one.
Oh my gosh, I keep missing it. Well, because you're writing on this note.
I know,
So
I'm writing all
thinking
over the
like
place. I
I'm
know,
like,
I know,
It's
sorry.
okay if you don't want her paper.
Again,
We
I'm
understand.
hearing it loud and clear.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maia Pill. I am a junior anthropology and sociology major, and I'm the creator and owner of My Crocs. And I will let my partner introduce.
I'm Julia Payano. I'm also a junior here at Ursinus, and I am a media and communications major and a studio art, which is basically just like photography minor here at Ursinus, and I am Maia's marketing coordinator for her brand.
So My Crocs was started in November of 2021, just by me and just by seeing that there was a market for customization within your fashion. So My Crocs allows for everyone to customize their own shoes, and I've expanded to Tumbler Starbucks cups that is also very popular in our community. So I like to build relationships with my customers. I have to get to know them in order to make sure I'm meeting their needs and demands for their products so that it reflects their identity and just their interest in life. So My Crocs creates Crocs, which are, if you don't know what Crocs are, they're very comfortable shoes. And they come in a wide variety of styles, patterns, sizes, from petite little baby shoes to the biggest of the biggest shoe size.
Yeah, I wear a size 12.
So
They're comfortable for me as well.
So they're comfortable for on the go when you're in between work or just everyday lifestyle. And also, I've never met somebody that can't find a pair that suits their style. And there's a huge market for it. A famous celebrity, Nicki Minaj, sold out just the pink basic version of Crocs within one day of posting a picture online. So there is a market for it and there's a demand for it, and that's kind of why I started my business, was people just seeing my shoes and were like, where can I get those? And I'm like, I made them, but if you would like them, please. So our missions and our values is to allow people to express themselves with their identities and individuality. And as a Black woman, I think it's important for me to showcase my Black business to other Black children and to show that equity is possible within the Black and POC community, especially having younger siblings and having a little cousin who is a Black girl and a Black businesswoman in training, to be able to show her what I'm doing in my business and be able to show her this is how you can be creative and make some money. So the goal is to continue to make an inclusive environment and build personal community connections.
And so a bit about our marketing. So right now our target audience, who most of our consumers are from, are women the ages 18 to 49 in the Philadelphia and in the Atlanta metropolitan statistical areas. And so all of our consumers have come from those areas thus far, just from both of us being from Philadelphia, and Maia has family in Atlanta, so we have a good reach in both of those communities. And a majority of the customers are women of color. And so we are promoting our products right now on Instagram and TikTok. And so Maia has seen a lot of engagement on her TikToks and on her Instagram Reels. And a lot of these just make personal videos and personal content that show Maia's face. There is a face to our brand, and we show that. And this face is Maia Pill. It's a Black-owned business. We emphasize that because the Black community is a collaborative community that likes to work together and support each other's businesses. And so we want to take advantage of that because we are making a product that can help them in the future. And so, so we emphasize our core values throughout our marketing plans as well. And so here is our most popular Instagram reel. And so we couldn't include the video, but these are the Crocs that were shown in the video. They're holiday Crocs, and the video was, it was like, let us know it was a holiday, so it was cute. And so as you can see through the engagement, there was 3,000 plays on the video, and people are sending it to their friends, they're saving it because they're going to purchase the Crocs later on. And this is an example of one of our graphics. And so our style guide includes shades of purple and pink and neutral colors, and we use he said at first that our tone of our style is to be very personable, be relaxed. We're not a formal brand. We don't want you to think we're like this big business entity who's like telling you you have to purchase our items. No, we're people just like you, and we want to show you that we're here to do what you need us to do for you.
Yes, and also just to add to that, this is my price list, and also like I have collections. So my first collection that I started off was Black Girl Magic to empower Black women and Black children through their Crocs. It was the first pair of Crocs that I made, and I seen that everybody was just like, oh my gosh, I need those. So I made it an effort to make that a specific collection, which includes gibbets. And if anybody knows what gibbets is, it's like little pieces you connect on your shoes, and it could be from like a famous person or just like a flag, like your Italian flag or something like that, or Irish flag. So something like that. And then I have the luxury blend collection for what I like to call our upscale, more fancy people, which is really my sister who has engaged in that. And this, hold on, where did it go? This is our luxury blend for our girls or anybody who likes to, you know, when they're walking in, they're going to say, what are those? In a good way, you know? So, and then I have sorority or fraternity pride, which represents your sorority or fraternity, school pride, which would be like maybe your science theme or HBCU theme, which I've also done. And freestyle is when you just give me creative leeway, and I just, based off really like, oh, I like the color purple, I'm going to just take it there. And then custom is where the price can vary based on your design. So it could be from anything. People ask me, oh, well, I just want it to be specifically for Christmas, and that was the video. So
And
things like that.
We also have the custom one because a lot of children and young people buy the Crocs. That's why our target audience is women 18 to 49. So a lot of moms do purchase the Crocs for their children, and so that's where you purchase in the custom category, because obviously the kids' Crocs are not going to be as expensive as an adult's. And so our financial analysis. So our prices reflect the time my year spent creating each item, and if we were to have a startup fund or more money in our budget, we would be able to increase our revenue because we would have better equipment such as like a 3D printer or another circuit machine that can make more designs for the cups and for the Crocs as well. And we also would have access to vendors who could allow us to purchase the Crocs and the gibbets in bulk, and that would just streamline the process of having more equipment. That way we're not constantly going to the Crocs store, constantly going to all of these places. We have a bulk of equipment to use. And also, I've noticed when I was doing an audit of our competitors that a lot of our competitors price their Crocs at $115 to $145, which is like insane. And they also make you purchase the Crocs and then send them, like you would send them to them, then they would design them and send them back to you. And it's just like a month-long process. With us, we purchase the Crocs, design the Crocs, and you get them within a week.
So this is our financial breakdown. This is very new and rough to me because I just started my brand in November in 2021 and very unofficial because I didn't think that it would be this big of a market. But so far, I've made about $1,000 in the business. And then for the tumblers, I made $325, and I just introduced the tumblers last month. So the total income would be about $1,480. And my materials are pretty cheap because every glitter, rhinestones, gibbets, I could buy everything in bulk. So I'm usually using it, I'm not using it for one order, it's usually multiple orders. So that price kind of goes from like $60, and it could last me for about a month or 2 months. And then the tumbler materials are very cheap. Starbucks, I go to the store and I get a whole bunch of them. They're usually, the ventis are like 15 and the small ones are like 12. So it's usually not too much, and then I sell those for about $25 and $30. So that's my profit is about $1,400. And then I plan to sell on Etsy so that I can increase the production and get some more revenue coming in. I plan that if I sell on Etsy, I would get 2 times. I would be able to double my profit in the audience.
These numbers were also not up to date because we sold out of all of our items on Friday night. So that's why we don't have anything to show you right now, because she spent all week making stuff and everything sold out. So
yeah, I thought it was going to cover both days. So, so that's good though. And this is our team. We were in Rockathon our freshman year. This is Julia, this is me. So, you know, we have a kind of a general knowledge about business and marketing, and we're just excited. And this is, anything else I think?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm an Able Scholar in Science, and Mr. Able has just instilled the values in me. Like, when you see something that needs to be changed and you have the skills to do it, you step up to the plate and you do what you need to do to make that change. And so I feel as though I have experience in marketing and photography and media and stuff like that. And so by helping Maia, I will be allowing her to encourage other Black youth to use their creative abilities and really touch that side of expression. Because we both are from Philadelphia, and we grew up in Philadelphia Public School District, and I saw our arts funding get cut completely, and that was very detrimental to me as a youth. I had all this creativity and all this expression and all this individuality, and I did not know what to do with it. It was just pent up inside of me. So I feel as though Maia says she does have a younger cousin, Autumn, and I feel like if Autumn and other young girls are able to see this, they're like, oh, I can express myself through what I wear and what I carry with me. And so that's just what we hope to do with this business.
Thank you. You can follow our Instagram.
I'll start if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just start every time. No, I'm just kidding.
This won't be any different.
sorry. So I love the kind of personalization, customized fashion market. And I know through the past 2 years, it actually, I don't know if you've done any market analysis for the stats, but it actually has increased quite a bit with people making things at home, selling them online, and because through the pandemic that was completely accessible for most people, despite supply chain issues, that has rapidly grown, and people have been more interested in kind of purchasing those products or making them on both sides. So that's a great thing, good time to be involved in this market. I had a question just about, I'll say 2 things and then I'll ask the question. So the other part of this that I heard you say was kind of about empowering young women and having them see you as a role model and then following your footsteps. And I think that there could be something there, and that could be a part of this business that maybe, you have other people contribute and make some of the designs, because then you wouldn't be making everything yourself, which could be part of your ability to scale, but also doing something good, right? So we love purpose-driven brands right now, and they're very important to us and to your age group. So I think that kind of, that angle is definitely great and something that should remain in your story. The other thing I was going to say was about the collections. The collections differentiate you. And there are, as I said, this market has definitely grown, and I'm sure you've seen lots of people doing something similar. No one has your creative vision, right? So that's what differentiates you. But in addition, creating these collections, that's how you can really get attention for your brand and really be unique and draw people in, and for them to say like, oh, I love this, the bougie collection or whatever you called it with all the bling. So anyway, so my question for you kind of goes back to that in terms of what do you see as the bigger vision for this? What are your thoughts about scaling the business, and what are you thinking from a big picture vision?
Yes, I think that's a great question, especially since I started it by accident, I like to say, and just seeing that it was a market for it. But I've talked about holding master classes and workshops of just showing people this is I said, I'm not stingy with this, because I want people to be able to express themselves, and if I'm not able to do it, if you can do it for yourself, it's wonderful. So I wanted to hold master classes to show people how to customize these items, give them the tools that I had to learn and fail. I had rhinestones falling off, people texting me. So I wanted to even host master classes to show them, okay, this is how you can customize your Crocs in 3 hours. This is what you need, and blase. So it's harder on a larger scale to serve the community, but I've noticed with brands that are doing a similar thing but have more following, they have a longer processing time.
Sure.
So if I have a larger following, most of them will be like, okay, well, in this month I'm only taking 50 orders, and then that way it's a demand, so they're able to jack their prices up while doing less things in a longer period of time, which I think would be easier. But my turnover time is a week. And I'm in school, so so that's kind of my plans for the future. So when I'm praying on one day when somebody posts it and then it's all the orders flooding. Maybe in May I'm only taking 100 orders.
Sure.
But I'm able to charge 100, starting at $100, and close the books and do that. So that's
my answer. Well, I think the master classes are a great idea, and you can even do them online, and you charge people $10 to join, or something that affordable, but they bring their own product, and you can reach a lot of people and kind of diversify some of your revenue opportunities as well. But yeah, it's great, very cool, and very cool designs. I like them.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I was going to say, when I look at the collections, the other thing that makes me think of right away in the future is a partnership with brands or celebrity. It really drives things, and you have, it could be a permanent or a temporary collection. You mentioned Nicki Minaj. Any celebrity that fits, you know, what you're trying to accomplish could be an amazing thing, but you have to be ready to produce.
Yes.
That much,
Yes.
you get
Yeah.
thousands of orders all of a sudden.
But fully agree, right? You send off some freebies to some of the people you'd love to see wearing your shoes. They post one of those pictures on Instagram, you're set, right? There's going to be a lot of demand, so I think that's a great idea. And I think you know, I heard, you know, a few differentiators here. One's your unique collection, you mentioned, Jen. The other two differentiators I heard from you are price point, lower than others that your competitors, and then your turnaround time, how quickly you can get it out. And I think that's amazing. So two questions for you. One, you know, you had an example in there. You said that you can even do like Ursinus ones. So what if you went to the Ursinus swim team? Do you guys want all these? How would you ramp up, or how is your plan to kind of manage all of that when you may get these spikes in orders where they're going to want them for the whole team? Does that change then one of your significant differentiators of how quickly you can turn these around?
Yes, it definitely changes it, just because if I'm doing something specific to a group, I usually have to order those items. So those gibbets, I usually have to order and customize it so that if I get the earnings from the competition, I'm able to get the machine to make them, make the gibbets, so that the turnaround could be quicker for me. Because these I made in about 2 hours, so which isn't that long for me.
Yeah.
So and also I just want to make it a point that I all my things that I purchase besides Crocs are usually from small owned businesses, so that I can turn that dollar, and most of the time they're black owned businesses.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, getting higher end machinery will help to turn around more, because then I'm not waiting on somebody else to send me the product, send me the gibbet, or send me the materials and things like that. And I've noticed it because I've purchased, it's called a Cricut.
Yep.
So I just purchased, but it's a Joy, it's a small one.
Okay,
you
you
know.
got it.
Okay, so I purchased it, and I've noticed, okay, I don't have to depend on this and that for when I want to get these things done. So I think that will help produce it at a larger rate, because if it's uniformed, if it's for the all Ursinus swim team, then it's usually going to look the same.
Right.
So I can pump that out
very quickly, which isn't, and it's therapeutic as well. I think so too. Going back to like the master classes, if there was somebody else, like if we were really like seeing that increase in revenue and that increase in orders, she could train somebody else under her to also help her with making money. Not me, I'm not good at like.
Don't sell yourself short.
I'll take the pictures of you. So.
When the rubber meets the road, you might be pumping out.
That's true. That's true.
And then, last question here. Like Jen mentioned too, these master classes I think are a great idea, right? It's certainly during the pandemic. There's been so many team building activities that are done via Zoom, right? You get in with one company that wants to do that with one of their teams, you're set. Additionally, as people are going back into the office, there's that need to really re-engage and really build teams again, right? That are now going to act face to face. This is another great example and an opportunity to take advantage of, do the master class with some of these small team building organizations that want to help with that. So, a great presentation.
What's it cost for the Crocs? Like your production costs?
Okay, yes. So, great question.
Thank you.
And this is why Crocs are so wonderful. Crocs are fairly affordable. So, when I say prices vary, it's mostly on the Crocs you choose. So, if you have a basic Croc with a basic color, as in a white Croc, nothing in it, no fur, no flower, nothing, then it's usually around $40 to $50. But most of the time, because I am a Croc member, I get it half off. Do people know this? No. They don't know that.
They don't need to know
They don't
that. That's
need to
okay.
know that. I don't tell them that. But the basis is usually around $40 to $50. And we're right by the outlet, so I usually get a nice discount as well. But if you say, Maia, I need the furry Crocs, like this one, which is usually more like $60, $70, that's when the price jacks up. So your price starts by the basis of your Croc style that you choose. Or I've had people that chose platform Crocs. You want platform, you got a little bit more money that you're going to spend. So the basis starts at the price of the Crocs, so that you can see the turnover with the profit.
Cool.
How are you collecting orders right now? Just like, is it someone sends you a message, or how are you
so
doing
right
it?
now I'm on Instagram, and that's where I get most of my following, and I usually tell people to DM me.
Okay.
But I just started my Etsy shop 2 weeks ago. So
Okay.
I'm working on uploading all the rest of my stuff on there, and I just started and I have a couple of views on it already, which I think is good. And then I'm working on creating an actual website, which is tricky, and which is why I have a marketing coordinator, because I'm not tech savvy. But a lot of my orders come from in person. From when I'm on campus, you see me with my shoes on because I'm marketing. And people are out there marketing for me when they buy it. So I don't even, my marketing, it markets itself. So I'm walking around campus. Teachers is like, what's that? I'm like, oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? Your daughter will love these. That's what this is. And then boom, I have an order right there. And then it's like, and if you're on campus, I ain't even got to pay for shipping.
There you go.
And I'm like, boom, here you go. So a lot of it is in-person orders. A lot of it is in-person orders, but I do get a lot of orders through Instagram, or even people on TikTok will see my stuff and I refer them to my Instagram page.
Cool. Yeah, processing that out will be great for you, especially like through Etsy, because you have the drop downs, you can choose, and then you don't have to like have any issues with like miscommunication or whatever, so people can see the options. So that's great. Good job.
So I'll lead us into break. So we're about 5 minutes behind-ish. So the next presentation was supposed to start at 11:50. We might bump that to about 12 o'clock. So we can go on a short little break. If you need to use the restrooms are right outside and to your left, and then to your left again. And there's like a little alcove where you can use the restrooms. We'll reconvene here at about 12 o'clock.
If you need coffee, just let one of the ambassadors know. We have coffee next door, or you're free to do it yourself.
I don't know. We do have a
Keurig
little bit of
out
time.
there.
There is your guys' lunch in the UMass Center next door. If you guys would like to go eat it right now,
Oh,
it's
okay.
completely up to you.
Okay.
But it is available. I can go get it out for you guys if you'd like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm friends with Brandon. We grew up together. Oh, 2018. Same year. Yeah.
Venture out to the
I was doing when I was in college.
Right.
Nowhere close.
Jen, what do you do now?
I work in marketing and PR. And so I work, yes. So I had my own, I had a larger business and then scaled it back when I had my son. And then my husband and I opened up a fitness studio for 4 years.
Bring us back in real quick. Are the
And
judges
then-
ready?
Yeah, and then we closed
You guys
at
are all
the
set.
end of 2020.
Ready to invite song?
Because of the pandemic and everything?
Yeah.
And we'll jump back into it. We have
Yeah.
5 more
Right,
presentations
for-
today, and then we'll have a little
studio.
reception.
So I still do some training and stuff, Ardmore. And then, and now I'm back to, but I've always done PR and marketing. I've always worked with different agencies and stuff. So now, that's where I'm back to and scaling that back up a little bit. So, it's crazy.
Hello everyone,
Weird
my name
looking
is
at myself.
Songchun Kim. Don't worry, I go by Song. I'm a biochemistry major. I'm currently a junior at Ursinus, and today I'm going to talk about my research project, Project Green Plane. That's the idea of capturing carbon dioxide from the air using airplanes. So the target problem of my idea is global warming, which is the hot topic across the world, if you know what I mean. The carbon dioxide concentration is increasing, and that's correlated with global warming trend currently. And according to IPCC, which stands for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, by 2050, we have to make the net emission of carbon dioxide to 0 to avoid the worst consequences. And not only that, carbon dioxide is also never going to be naturally disappear from the environment, from the air. I'm sorry. That's why we have to put someone to get up there and clean up carbon dioxide from the air, even though we make the net emission into 0. And I learned about this in the middle school, and I was thinking like, why don't we just vacuum the carbon dioxide up in the air? Maybe like a nice Dyson, flying Dyson up in the air. So this was my initial idea. Just have the vacuum just going up in the sky and killing the carbon dioxide. But I was young. I realized that it costs a lot of money and great effort to make a machine to fly on the sky, and we need a lot, definitely. But I realized that we already have airplanes up there just flying around. Even right now, there are tons of airplanes up there just flying across the world. So the idea started with that. We can equip those airplanes with capturing carbon machine. It's called DAC, Direct Air Capturing Panel, on the airplane wings, and as they fly, we can collect the carbon dioxide as they commercially fly like usual. Not only that, we can collect the carbon dioxide and bring it down to the earth, and using a process called artificial photosynthesis, we can make the carbon dioxide, which is in gas form. Well, there are many processes involved in that, but we can make it as a synthetic fuel or something that can be useful on the ground from the air. So the current use of technologies, the technology is already being developed. This is the diagram of the panel, which is 1 meter long and 0.5 meters height. That is developed by Dr. Klaus Lechner from Arizona State University, and the researcher collaborated with a company called Carbon Collect to commercialize using the technology, and made this device called mechanical tree. So this mechanical tree is 1,000 times more efficient at collecting carbon dioxide from the air than a normal tree. It's impressive, but there certainly is a limitation, is the land. They have to use the land. The land is limited, and it could cause more barriers. And Green Plane is using sky as a collecting source. So we can avoid that limitation beforehand. And we're using the currently existing commercial airplanes. So it could be more effective if we just apply the technology onto the airplane and just fly around to collect carbon dioxide. And then, because these reasons, the idea is less dependent on international and political involvement, which means that it's more free from the conflicts to be applied in reality. So with all these advantages, we have to ask the question, is it technologically and financially feasible, viable to equip the airplanes with this idea? So that's the project. So that's the questions we're asking for. Is it financially feasible? We're going to answer the question with 3 different sections. We're going to investigate how much carbon dioxide can be collected, and we're going to investigate how much weight are going to be added on the airplane if we equip the machine to the airplane. And we're going to, based on the weight, we're going to investigate how much more fuel's going to be consumed due to the added weight, because it definitely makes more drag and more weight downside. So in all those investigation is to make sure that we're capturing way more carbon dioxide than the fuel that it costs to equip the green equipment to the commercial airplanes. So currently, the synthetic fuels that we can make from this idea is a lot cheaper than the current fuels that is being used for the airplanes. So we have to collect way more carbon dioxide than the extra fuel. So that's one of the barriers that we have to get through on the investigation. But also in terms of revenue, the green marketing can indirectly generate more revenue of the from the airline companies. This idea is not about making airplanes. It's more about developing the technology and equipping it to the already existing airplanes, and to see from there the marketing is going to be on the airline companies. And in the direct future, the project is going to investigate the questions that has already been mentioned about financial feasibility, and we're going to send the letter and the report to the related institutions. One is IPCC, that is already mentioned. JCAP is the leading institution for artificial photosynthesis, and Arizona State University has the separate department for direct air capturing process, and they have made the passive air capturing, which doesn't require input of energy to capture the carbon dioxide. They're just using the airflow. That's the basis of the mechanical tree. And if I win this competition, the money will go to the travel cost to the institutions or possible conferences that I may attend. And lastly, I would like to say thank you to all the faculties and students who are involved in this project. Thank you, and I'm also thank you all for listening to this presentation. Yeah, and I'll open up this space to listen to more questions.
I wonder if when you do the analysis on the plane of the data, if there's a way to make it neutral for the airlines. But I don't know how much the device weighs, right, for example, but what if the device only weighs as much as 1 row of passengers? And then you combine that with them reducing those passengers off flights with ESG-related grants and requirements from the government that would offset the cost, and you might be able to make it something so neutral that they would keep the green light.
That's a great idea as well. Like, I see that if the investigation go into that way, I think we can consider that idea as well. Thank you.
So some outstanding presentation, really hit home to me. Clearly you're right that the hot item, or how you stated that, around global warming, and clearly even in the past 3 months, right, there's been 3 pretty significant government regulations that have been issued in this space. You know, one was a landmark one by the SEC for public companies to begin having to post some of their information on their carbon footprint, as well as what they're doing around climate change. The EU had a draft directive, and India also tried to get to net zero by, I can't remember the year exactly. So clearly a hot topic, not just for us as individuals, but certainly for governments, for companies, etc. So this is no particular order. I loved how you used your graphics, and I loved how you used humor in your presentation. It's a pretty dry topic, right? But it's interesting and it's good, and you brought some life to that. So my question is, why did you pick airlines, right, as opposed to, say, satellites that are already up in space, as opposed to cars that are on the ground? Why airplanes? And then number two, why haven't any other airline companies done this yet? It seems very smart.
The first question, I can answer that. The atmosphere has different layers, and usually the higher you go up, the less the air is available,
Right.
and the concentration of carbon dioxide drops down as you go up in the atmosphere.
Right.
The best part is that the atmosphere, which we live in, and the airplane goes through the intersection between the troposphere that we live in
Yep.
and the stratosphere that's above it, because of the constant environment in that section. So because airplanes go through that place, I checked the concentration of carbon dioxide, which is not greater than the atmospheric level. However, it's similar to the atmospheric level.
Okay.
So if we can't use the ground, the sky would also be available to the public. However, it was never mentioned even in the scientific paper. So that's why I chose airplane, because it flies on the sky, and also it's in that within the limitation, within the concentration of carbon dioxide. The satellite is a little bit up there.
Yep.
It might not have the same carbon dioxide concentration.
How about the cars on the ground?
The cars on the ground, I was thinking, so before this, I was thinking about, I actually had a presentation before about just like how hydrofuel cars, as they move, they can collect hydrogen gas and generate electricity from them. I was thinking about the same thing about carbon dioxide and
Right.
make it hybrid.
Right.
But there's a problem with that, because the capturing carbon dioxide is not similar to capturing hydrogen gas, and capturing carbon dioxide requires these panels and machines. If that's attached to the cars, it would be very small amount of carbon dioxide, so it would not generate enough
Got it.
electricity.
Okay,
So
we'll slow down.
it's not about collecting it and making it into fuel right away. We're collecting it
Bring
and
it
bring
back.
it down,
Yep.
and then making it into fuel. We can store it or we can use it. Yep.
Great, thank you for teaching me on that.
Yeah.
That's great.
What did you say your major was again?
My major is biochemistry and molecular biology,
Yeah.
and also philosophy. But it's on the paper, but I usually don't mention it.
Well, no, I mean, it is,
Mhm.
I was just saying, I was not doing the things that you guys are doing when I was in
Oh.
college. You guys are all very impressive with your knowledge, and you just definitely taught me a lesson I would have never have known. So, but I love the idea, and I love that you're focused on the environment and using things that we already have, but in a different way to create better resources, which I think is a lot of the solutions to the problems that we have right now. But a question for you, just so if you were to do the study and when you found out that this is viable, what would be your next step? Who would you be talking to say this is, something that we should be installing on planes and we want to do it and this is how it all works?
Mm-hmm. So the first person I would definitely go and talk to is Dr. Klaus Lackner from Arizona State University. He has devoted his life onto making the direct air capturing machine, and his passive air capturing model has been published and published in late 2019 and has been commercialized as mechanical tree in 2020. So, which is really recent technology, because back then we have to input a lot of energy to capture the carbon dioxide. Anyways, so Dr. Lackner would be the first one I would definitely approach to, and after that I would like to approach to JCAP, which is for artificial photosynthesis, to check about the efficiency of photosynthesis, how the future of the artificial photosynthesis as well. There are data on artificial photosynthesis. However, maybe I can get more idea of the future, and I'm definitely going to check IPCC for it gathers all the informations about climate change, and make it available to the public. So I would like to just open up this idea to the public, so that we can use it in the time if we have no other choices.
Would you, if it passes through all of this and you have this team and you have, justification and viability for the product, would you go to like plane manufacturers to see if this is something that could be installed as part of their plans of creating the planes, or the airlines? Like what would you go kind of get it into action after this?
Right. The major question that we're investigating was financial feasibility. The technological feasibility, I have very low knowledge in the engineering. So definitely we have to reach out to the technological institutions. However, I wasn't planning on doing it because I have another project which I presented last year, Food Farm.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. For this project, I would like to cut the limit to financial, looking for the financial feasibility and the availability of this technology, because I think a lot of interest and input of ideas are putting into the climate changes, and there are definitely different alternative ideas, and they're going to keep generating more and more innovative ideas onto this topic. However, the food farm idea is that no one really looks at it, and I would like to make it available to both physicians and public to make the topic interesting. So this topic is already interesting.
So is the product the carbon vacuum, I guess, if you will?
Yeah.
Is it looking to collect as much carbon as the plane itself is giving off?
So that's the part we're trying to investigate.
Okay.
We haven't got that far.
Okay.
I have done research for multiple weeks to find out if what technology should be used
Right.
to the airplane. So this is how far we got at this point. Yeah.
So no, I mean, everyone's, a couple of people spoke on this a little bit, but everyone's trying to be net carbon zero emissions or whatever by 2050 or something like that. If they can collect as much as they're giving off, then that's how they would achieve that goal. So it's interesting.
Right. This wouldn't be like the only, like the most impressive solution. However, we need multiple solutions come together to make net zero emission of carbon dioxide.
Cool.
Alright, I am gonna have to cut us off.
Good.
Bear with me, just
Clean the whole
You okay?
Yeah. You okay?
All right.
You want to go first this time? Just get that out of the way.
No, I let Chris go first this time. Thank you.
I didn't notice.
Oh. Don't take that shit.
Fine.
Yeah, I think we're ready to roll. It should be good.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Aaron Diamond. I'm currently a senior here at Ursinus College, and I will be presenting to you a full-service, fully operating business in ECIM, East Coast Influencer Management. So, ECIM is a full-service, fully operating marketing and media company. We were established in August 28th, 2021, and we aspire to generate waves across industries. Our vision and mission for this company is to be respected worldwide for media and marketing services. We aim to work with small businesses and influencers, and we are capable of transcending through multiple industries due to the common and frequent demand of brand promotion. So we believe at ECIM that an influencer is not solely defined as an individual. It could be a person or a thing that has substantial impact in society within one or multiple industries, communities, or cultures. So introducing our team leaders and a little bit about our business model, our CEO, Shane Jones, he's attending Rutgers University where he's studying marketing. I myself am the Director of Operations, where I'm studying Media and Communications and minoring in Business Management. And our Director of Media, Brad Ehrman, attended Full Sail, where he achieved his film production degree. We also have a strong relationship with Straga Marketing, where they specialize in website design and redesign. So anytime a client is requesting this service from us, we appoint them to Derek Straga, the owner of Straga Marketing, where he will then represent ECIM during that transaction. In some of our job offerings, we do a lot of freelance work to be more efficient and effective for certain projects. So trying to get more hands on deck for our clients, whether that be a videographer or, for example, photographer. My boy Donovan has his own company with photography. You can find him on Instagram at Official Don Films. So I appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Make sure you get a picture of this beautiful crowd. And then we also have implemented an internship program into this upcoming summer and into the fall. We're looking to work with individuals like ourselves, more specifically young, and it's going to help us exercise our ability in coaching and mentoring, but also providing the students with the experience that they're looking for with a media marketing company. Now, so for our products and services, we aspire to be a one-stop shop, if you will, the LeBron of media and marketing. He's an all-around player, and that's what we want to identify as. So even if you don't see a specific service or something of your desire for your company, we can promise you that we will get the job done. We also feature 4 standard packages. Our last one is a personalized package where our clients can handpick what they need if the first 3 do not fit their liking, and then we can base a quote off of that. Now, do you guys know any undergrads that are rubbing elbows with a multi-million-dollar company? Well, we are. Showboat Hotel is one of our juggernaut clients. We have provided them with 3 commercials so far and are actively running their Instagram account. Second Chance Brand is a retail company out of New Jersey. We provided them also with a few commercials and have done multiple photo shoots with them. And our boy Justin Tom Figueroa, we found him in the gym as an amateur boxer, just grinding out on his craft. And thanks to ECIM, he is having his pro boxing debut this upcoming June. So for our clients, we look to resolve the attention and interest toward their brand promotion. With a lack of marketing, business entities, they lack a voice, and that limits them to reach potential clients. So with that being said, we want to provide them with our services so they can focus on what they're doing, which I'll touch on in a bit. We also want to bridge the gaps. With our team consisting of digital natives, we have the expertise and knowledge to keep our younger demographics in tune and attracted to what we're producing, but also informally educating the older demographics on what it means to be an influencer in today's time, and also keeping them up to date on what's hip. So for time, a lot of us, we struggle with time. We don't have a lot of it. So as I just said, we want our clients to focus on their craft and passion so then we can take care of the responsibility to promote and advertise their brand. Lastly, we're real people, not a software. A lot of the softwares you find on the internet today, there's nothing to invest your emotional stability or trust into. And at ECIM, we want our clients to succeed as much as we want to succeed. So it's a win-win. Taking a quick glimpse at our target markets, we have 4. They've had shown substantial growth within the last 4 or 5 years. And this is where we meet the moment. Everybody wants to be their own boss, and with that being said, even, with the presenters that you're going to hear today, everyone is going to need ECIM in some capacity to reach their target audience, to get their brand in people's faces. Touching on our financial overview, year to date, we have accumulated $5,700. And I want to touch on the fluctuation that you see in quarters 2 and 3 in both year 1 and year 2. We see that seasonally, especially in the warmer months, consumers are spending more money, which means brands, business owners need to put more money out to reach their audience, to get them to buy into their product or service. And from year 1 to year 2, we are seeing a 2.6 compound annual growth rate. So we expect to grow with the industry. With our business, with our company, we have a very low overhead, which means we have a lot of virtual labor that we put out, which means everything is pretty much off of the muscle for us. So that's why you see the profit so high. Also, forgive me, with, if we do win with any proceeds that we do accumulate from this competition, we will then recycle that back into the internship programs that we are offering. So we want to pay our interns for the experience that they're, producing for the company. And also we are in dire need of expanding our equipment. We're working with, a few, cameras, lenses, but, with expanding that, we could definitely, get a lot more done. And just a quick, infomercial about the company.
Are you looking to grow on social media? Do you want thousands of followers eagerly waiting for your content? How about companies rushing to your DMs with sponsorship deals? At East Coast Influencer Management, we've got you covered. Our team specializes in helping individuals reach their life and social media goals through strategic planning and influencer marketing. Don't waste another dollar or time on social media ads that show little to no return, and invest in yourself with a company that will guide you to success. Visit eastcoastinfluencermanagement.com today to get started.
With a young and ambitious team carrying this company forward, we will constantly separate ourselves from our competitors and continuously generate waves across industries. I want to thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you guys sitting in and listening to our hard work and everything we put into this company. And as you can see here, our featured social media presence, even our website, so you can check us out at any time. So thank you. Are there any questions?
Why don't you go?
All right. So talk to me a little bit more about the partnership with the hotel. I'm curious about that. Like how did you come about that? How'd you get them on board with you guys? Like, just give me the story, I guess.
Yeah,
more
for
interested
sure,
in that.
for sure. As I said, we're very ambitious. We don't stop. We established in August, so from there until now, we've been cold calling, driving around trying to see who needs us, to be honest, where they lack in their social media presence and their brand promotion. And we found that, Showboat consists of a lot of older individuals that are running the company. They don't have the expertise or skill set or even resources to produce the content and products and services that we carry. And as I mentioned, I'll go back to just shout him out, our boy Justin. So Showboat features a lot of combat sports. They're really big on mixed martial arts, fake wrestling, and even pro and amateur boxing. So with Justin, we got him 2 main events at the Showboat Hotel, which was kind of like our leeway in when they saw what we could produce for Justin individually, and they were like, wow, we need this for the company. We need this for our hotel. So it's pretty much, we got in tune with their marketing director, and it went from there.
Yeah, I like ironing down to a target market for like combat sports, because there's a plethora of social media management type companies out there, and really, I guess what differentiates you is your niche and how you apply yourself in that niche. And I like combat sports personally, and I just think that's a great market because you see upcoming fighters and people like that all the time, and it's something that's kind of, I feel like it's gaining traction the last 5 years or so. It's really kind of hit the market, especially with like sports betting and stuff like that. So I like the idea of focusing on that market for what you guys are doing. So good job.
Yeah, good presentation, and that was one of the things I was going to say too. Is if you go into it focusing on a specific market, like if you can identify who your ideal client is, then you can really become great in that particular space, and then you can expand from there, if you want to expand. And obviously what you've already learned is relationships are super important, right? So relationships are of how you're going to get a lot of your opportunities. You do a good job for someone, they're going to refer you to someone else, and you're going to keep going. One question is, based off of your client list, it looks like you represent both companies and individuals, right? Are you trying to do more of one than the other, or are you not quite sure yet? And the reason why I'm asking this is because the name of your business. So I assumed from the name of your business that you were working specifically with individuals who are, working toward becoming influencers or, you know, whatever, whoever they are, as opposed to businesses. But then when you were talking about your client list, you listed both. So could you clarify that?
Yeah, so as I said before, we believe an influencer is not only an individual but can be a business entity, so they impact their community in some form or shape. So the influencer, we want to create a lifestyle. We want to create a culture around what we're trying to produce, and that's why we incorporated the influencer word, for lack of a better term, into our business name, because we believe that it can go both ways. In regard to expanding, like, small businesses, they have money to pay us. Influencers are more of an investment. So we took a shot, honestly, on Justin. We didn't know what would come out of it. We just knew that he had the ambition that we had, and if he was going to be the face, we could definitely be the man behind the curtain to put him on the stage, essentially. We got him in the newspaper, you know, out of Atlantic City. Like I said, he had 2 main events. He was booming for like 3 months during the wintertime. So it's pretty much, if we find an influencer that can get us into a new industry, we'll definitely use that vessel to incorporate ourselves to find those small businesses that, excuse me, what's your name, sir?
Brandon.
Brandon. You said who? What'd you say your name was?
Brandon.
Brandon, I'm sorry, Brandon.
No problem.
As Brandon said, so we can incorporate ourselves to try to, you know, reach those small businesses that are targeted to those certain niches.
Yeah.
So any way we can, you know, make it happen. Maybe we don't need an influencer. It could just be off of a cold call or lack of resources. So it just depends on the situation, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's smart. I mean, and it allows you to have that crossover with your services and give you like that inroad to get there and a way to kind of demonstrate the impact that you've already made. So yeah, it's good. I just was curious if you were focused on one particular area versus the other.
All about making money.
But that's the area you're focused on. I like it. I like it.
So yeah, great presentation. Good job calling out. There's one slide you had that really talked about pain points, right? The time pain point, that people don't have enough time to do things, or even the audience that are perhaps a little bit older, trying to keep them in touch with what's hip. I really liked, you know, you calling that out. So your strategy seems to be a lot of land and expand. So based on what you have here, it's you landed and then you grew horizontally, right? You got the boxer, now we're going to go to showboat, and maybe we can, you know, grow across the combat sports, which is great, and ultimately that would lead into potentially clothes and merchandise, and then you'd be doing the marketing for there. So I like that land and expand strategy that you have. Yet I'm going to pause on what Jen said too, because I think that focus on industry is important, and I'm going to speak to this a little bit from my own knowledge. So I'm the vice president of a technology solution that we're finding a really hard time. I've struggled through 2 marketing agencies thus far because they don't understand the pharmaceutical industry. They don't have that expertise. So again, it's leaning a little bit on what Jen had said. I love your passion to want to be everything to everybody, and let's see how this goes. But in certain instances, you may have to come up with a little more streamlined approach in order to build the credibility with that individual market. But from a starting place, I think you're great off. The only question I had was around revenue assumptions. How many, if you can go back to that slide, Aaron, I'm sorry, just a quick question there. How many clients, I see your revenue, obviously cost of goods sold is going to be really minimal until you start investing in that equipment.
Sure.
Gross profit looks, you know, it's like a 99% or whatever. How many clients does that, what's your assumption to get to that revenue?
So essentially, after graduation, we want to be full throttle. This is something we're trying to carry on for our career, essentially, with other, you know, endeavors. But in terms of that, we want to essentially, we're looking to sustain at least 10 clients per month. With an average of $400, depending on what they need. It might vary to, like I said, the top, what we offer is like $3,200 for our expert package, and it could range from a simple video, which is like $200. So just trying to average that out. We want to be full throttle. Like I said, we know that we can sustain at least 10 clients per month, which will then, you know, accumulate to the year's earnings.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I am going to cut us off. Move on to the next business.
See, I go first, and then you took my question.
Well, there you go.
That's how it goes.
I guess we gotta compete then. Great minds think alike.
We could say that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll go with that.
Maybe too quick.
Oh, shit.
Walk in there.
And we're not, we're talking and not doing what we're supposed to. That's what we do here.
Thank you.
You can go first.
Thanks. We'll see what I have to say.
I kind of like
Any
going last,
questions?
actually.
Yeah, you can
first day I presented, she was like fitting perfectly, and I was like, I don't even have clothes that fit me that way. I was like,
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Trevor Mislin, and I'm the Vice President and one of the co-founders of the Bridge Foundation. All of my colleagues, Mr. Moon, who is an accredited entrepreneur in Kenya with multiple successful startups, and Christian Ndeye, who is a successful author and computer scientist from Ursinus that graduated last year. We're here to present to you, I'm here to present to you, the Bridge Foundation, an international investment company with humanitarian efforts on the back end of our system. On the screen before you is not just a number, but a whole population of people that are not in a room like this today. They didn't eat today. They don't have the basic necessities that they need to survive. Now, the number is 760 million people, men, women, and children. But the fact is that that's over 2 United States worth of people that don't have those basic necessities that they need to survive. Nor do they have the ability or the idea how to even get there. Now, it's a big number, so I can simplify it for you. On the screen here is one child, one 6-year-old boy. And the fact is that today and every day of his life, he will walk to school 2 miles in conditions like this, in streets like this, and in towns like this, with no shoes. But it gets better. He'll get to school and then be turned away because there's not enough room for him. Because his school is a tiny shack the size of a shed, and I'm sure many of us have in our backyards. He will then walk those 2 miles back to his home village, where he'll then beg on the streets for food that he has not had in days. But again, this 6-year-old is faced with a choice. Because when somebody gives him a small loaf of bread, this 6-year-old boy now has to make the choice of, do I get to eat my first meal in days, or do I bring it back to my family so they can have theirs? I'm sure as many as you, this is uncomfortable for you. And the fact is, with the Bridge Foundation, we may not have to see this anymore. Our mission at the Bridge Foundation is to, 1, fundamentally change the landscape of how humanitarian efforts around the world are structured and performed. In addition to that, we hope to create campuses around the world that offer all these services that are life-changing and needing for survival. Ironically, just like our name states, we call these campuses bridges, because they bridge the gap between poverty and living a economically sustainable lifestyle. On these bridges, we have things like educational services, K through 12. We have things like healthcare, housing, as well as employee training and employment to help them sustain this. It's going to cost a lot of money though, and it is a big number of between 5 to 15 million for each of these campuses. And we plan to build a lot of these. But the fact is that not only is it something that we can do to help people, we don't have to worry about it not being able to support it financially. The fact is that each one of these centers is not just a center to help people, but it'll be an economic epicenter for that community and for that country, where it'll be able to self-sustain itself through tourism, hotels, markets, and resale stores, so that we don't have to worry about asking people for their kindness and their donations to support our mission. We're doing this right now through products and investments. Our first and biggest investment so far is with one of our multi-million-dollar partners in Kenya. We so far have already bought and leased out 3 sedans, which we then lease out to that transportation company. And then every single month, we don't do any work for it. We get kicked back from our cars that we bought and that we own. These cars are there for 5 years. We see between $300 to $500 every single month in gross revenue, gross profit. And the fact is that today, here and now, with the Bear Nation competition, we can make a massive indent in this investment. We can meet our goal to finally invest in our first transportation van, which will honestly double our total profits that we have every single month, and will move us forward and actually take 2 years off of our time that we need to build that first bridge. Other products we have are very ambitious. Our first and most ambitious is something called Eccentric Marketplace, which is a peer-to-peer, student-to-student marketplace that will honestly, financially liberate students around the world from predatory practices at universities. Not a shot towards Sinus College, but I personally bought a textbook here for $200 my freshman year. And they were kind enough to give me $10 for it when I gave it back. Here at Eccentric, things like textbooks, clothing, and technology can sold between students with a simplified mailing process on campus. Students no longer have to buy from the middleman, the scary guy selling the big textbook. They can buy from a student down the street who's selling it for $50. Another one of our most ambitious projects is something called Ambassador Merchandise, which, while stylish, can also show that you support our cause. In addition to these two, we have something that we're working on right now called Building the Bridge, which is a narrative and the story of our core founder, Chris and Ed, who came from poverty, who suffered all these things that we hope to solve. In the current state of our mission, we've come a long way. We were here at Bear Innovation last year, and we were successful. But the fact is that when we came here last year, we had $0 in investments. We had 0 partners. We didn't have a foothold in anything. But the fact is now, within 1 year, our profits are already around $2,100 a month. That is gross profit, with the ability to expand our current investments whenever we want. We have for-profit and nonprofit partners, with 3 of our products being ready to launch within the year. More than that, and most surprising, is the fact that we have sent out over 6,000 email surveys, with over 3,000 adamant responses saying that we not only support your mission, but your products and your goals. And something that I'm very proud of, since I designed it myself, we've already have over 200 pre-orders for our merchandise. In addition to this, I personally have donated $3,000 of my own money to help people from the US and globally to help afford things like computers, Wi-Fi, food, and tuition. Now, the fact is, why now? Well, the people behind me, they all deserve to be on the same playing field that we are. Fact is that I personally, in the past year, have learned that these people have stories, goals, and ambitions that honestly no one in this room will be able to comprehend. I have heard the tragedy and heartbreak that these people have gone through. And the fact is that while we all get to walk that bridge between poverty and being economically stable, they don't. What gives us the right, because we're born in America, to have what they don't? They can have what we have. They can walk that bridge with us, hand in hand today. Because not only does the Bridge Foundation plan to change the lives of all these impoverished people, but we plan to employ, educate, and empower them. Thank you.
Chris, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, sure.
Go down the line.
I'm just
One quick
passing it on
question,
to-
on the Eccentric platform, is your
Circle
plan
inside.
from day one, is that gonna be a worldwide, or are you starting
United
that in one
States.
market? It is?
Yes.
So you'll generate a lot more revenue than that way, of course, that's.
Well, I like to say the goals of all our products are not necessarily to generate revenue. Our investments are, but the goal of Eccentric is to make it so that students can afford school, and that's our first goal. So that's why we also offer simplified mailing, where students don't have to pay for it, and students are able to. Let's say I want to buy a guy who's selling a MacBook for $500 at Penn State. I put it in a little box on my campus, a little green box on my campus, gets sent right over to his box. We take that out of our cut that we would get from that.
I saw also in the, because I read your plan as one of those up front, your partner who's an author, and that book that he's planning on publishing related to his past as well as this, when does he expect to have that done, do you know?
Roughly within the next few months.
Okay, and then
The part of the problem is part of the journey is getting a publisher to the scale that we would like. We have smaller options already available, but we would like this to be a bigger release.
Yeah, so then along with that, are you thinking of ways of getting the word out in a broad sense from a marketing perspective on the book that will, by definition, help the bridge itself?
We are an international business, and in Kenya we are, not to boost my ego a little bit, we are extremely popular. Our goals and ambitions are not something that the Red Cross has done or UNICEF. We are completely different from any other competition. Not saying that we wouldn't want to work with them and show them the better way to do things, but yes, we are pretty popular in Kenya, and obviously we would want to break into that United States market. But right now, our main generation of income is from Kenya.
So Trevor, excellent presentation, very, very polished, very articulate, heartfelt, stirred emotion, clearly progress from last year, as you mentioned, which is great. So two questions for you, Trevor. How did you personally become involved in this, and why this? And then I'll give you the second question while you're thinking about that one. Is I know when people make a donation or want to profitably or give money or support to an organization, they often ask how much money collected goes to the organization itself versus administrative overhead costs, salaries, etc. Can you expand on that?
Yes, the first question, actually it's a very tight-knit story here. Rebecca Jaroff, who was me and Christian's professor here for an English and environmental course, our final presentation was something that we wanted to change the world with. And while I was off, I don't know why I'm here. I'm an E&V major. I like trees, like the environment. But the fact is that, my life has been stocks, crypto, and business. So when Christian put this up on the presentation, I literally went to class and I was like, is this a thing that you're actually doing? He's like, it's an idea. He presented all 3 years before. I think the best he did was 3rd place. And me and Christian sat down and worked out a plan and a business model. And the fact was that the first time we came together with another friend of ours, Simba, we were able to win 1st place last year. We're very proud of that. What was your second question again?
And the second question, talk to me a little bit, people before they provide money or funding or want to make a donation, they often ask how much goes to the actual organization itself versus overhead, salaries, administrative costs, etc.
Yeah, so as of last year, we were a nonprofit. This year we're working on incorporating an actual for-profit side so we can not have to deal with certain taxes and fees that we have to deal with. But generally, we have ideas of where the money would go. We would like it to be 50% back into the business, 50% to our nonprofit partner, that's our own company. But we would really have to see where our profit margins are and also our costs at that point. But the goal would be 50-50.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to say great job, and Christian was the one that presented before, right? So we know Christian, and he's totally going to change the world. He's
from freshman on.
Yeah, it has been so amazing. Chris, you've seen all of them, right?
Yeah.
To see this idea really unfold, and it's great that you have joined him in this mission, because that business side was really what he was kind of missing out on, and it's amazing that you guys kind of latched together to figure this out. So I think it's an amazing mission. The fact that he has not wavered from his mission is also very impressive. Those are not questions at all. But I did have a question, which was about are you creating partnerships with corporations or other companies that may be able to help with the funding side to help get you guys to your goal quicker?
We have thought about it, and it's definitely a possibility for the future. But the fact is that with our business model now and with our relationships, we have the ability within 3 to 5 years to meet those goals through our investments and through our projected products. Now, our investments are a core part of our generation of income. Within the next 2 years, we hope to basically 15 times what we're doing today, which we're very confident in.
So you're saying you don't need those people, right?
I'm saying it's
you can do this.
It's a last ditch effort. But we have had those conversations with companies in Kenya that say, hey, we like what you're doing. There's a lot of eyes watching us today.
Sure.
So it's more of, taking steps forward and then them saying, hey, we like what you're doing now. We want to go. It's all about inspiring confidence with investors.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great job presenting. Like I said in the first presentation, public speaking is like the #1 thing in sales, and getting what you want, expressing your mission. And so I really like what you guys are doing. I'm just a little unclear you talked about the cars. Can you explain that to me, kind of like from A to B, like
Yeah.
how that works?
So I guess I'll start off with how we kind of got there. So
Okay.
one of our colleagues that actually is part of our organization, Mr. Moon, he is a successful entrepreneur, and he currently runs a massive operation in Kenya. There's thousands of transportation vehicles needed every single day. So basically, he finds those cars in Kenya. We send the money to his company buys those cars. From that, he handles lease, he handles credit, he handles all that type of stuff. They handle the operations, and then basically at the end of the day, you know, if I can go back, I believe I include. So those numbers, parentheses there, is the amount of money that before costs would be generated.
Okay.
So obviously, a lot of money, but from that
Right.
you also have to say
Insurance,
relatively low
all-
down payment.
right.
You get to see monthly costs, commission fees going to the company.
Right.
So we're getting kickback every single month, which is at this point a very low number that we would like we like to expand on.
Right, right, okay.
But the fact is, this is tier 1.
Got it.
There are vans, there are trucks, and there are buses.
Okay.
So the hope is within 2 years to get the buses.
Right.
Which is a much bigger than $10,000.
And this is your main revenue source at the moment.
At the moment, it is.
Correct.
We're currently also working with real estate, renting and buying, as
Nice.
well as construction.
Cool. All right, that's all.
Good job.
Just take it, Sean.
Don't skip any.
No, that's important, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Christine. I'm a biochemistry major and I'm a senior here at Ursinus. And I'll be presenting on my project Jewelry for Humanity. Which way do I point it?
That's a microphone.
We'll start over.
Who's that for them?
I hope it's not for me. I speak loud enough. It's like a podcast in my phone. Yeah.
Okay.
There I am.
That was just me pressing the wrong button, so
Oh.
apologies.
I'm Rob. The other
Okay.
guy's usually here, but he didn't do it this
Sorry
year.
about that. I'm Christine. I'm a biochem major and a senior. So I'm presenting on Jewelry for Humanity. What I'm doing is raising money to provide medical supplies for Ukraine. I sell high quality jewelry that makes people happy. And importantly, I create a connection through which people can help Ukrainians, which is a lot of people are very interested in doing that now. So this is my story. I started making jewelry when I was 7 years old. And when I got to high school, I wanted to start selling my jewelry, but I didn't want to profit for myself. I wanted to sell jewelry via a fundraiser. So what I did is I sold, this is all jewelry, and then these are Ukrainian Christmas tree ornaments called pavochki. So I sold jewelry and pavochki at the Ukrainian Center on multiple occasions, and I ended up raising over $2,000, and that money went towards funding a therapy room at the Anna Mazorenko's Children's Health Center in Lviv, Ukraine. So that was fully established in 2018, and that room's that's the clinic. The room's super cute. It's got like green walls and shelves, and doctors would use it to observe children who are the children of soldiers with PTSD. And then I took a break from fundraising because of COVID, but then I was like, I have more bracelets, so I can start something up again. But then out of the blue there was a major pressing issue. So this is why I'm expanding Jewelry for Humanity now. On the 24th, Russia fully invaded Ukraine, and there's a severe need for humanitarian aid. A lot of medical centers and hospitals have been destroyed, which is a war crime. You've probably seen this in the news. This is the bombed maternity clinic in Mariupol. And there's a severe need for medical supplies for soldiers and civilians. for wounded people, but in addition, just like regular people who have chronic conditions and can't get supplies. So in order to raise money, my product is jewelry, and this has all been handmade by me, and also an additional Ursinus student has volunteered her time and materials. So we've been selling kids bracelets, earrings, elastic bracelets, wire bracelets, and necklaces. They come in a whole bunch of different colors and varieties and sizes, and the beads can range from plastic to semi-precious. And it's all very affordable at like $6, $12, or $15, and it really appeals to customers because people are interested in affordable jewelry, but most importantly, people who want to like contribute to helping out Ukraine in some way are interested in purchasing jewelry. Oops. All right, so this is what I've done so far. I've been fundraising for the Ukrainian Federation of America. That's their logo up there. They're a nonprofit in Jenkintown, PA. They're actually the people with the connections to the clinic, so I've known them for years. Right now they're focusing on sending medical supplies to Ukraine. Well, they have a warehouse in Pennsylvania. They buy medical supplies by the pallet, then they ship it over to Poland, and then from Poland it gets distributed into the country via a Ukrainian health organization. And so far I've had like 2 major events. I sold on Ursinus' campus, which is over there. That's Dr. C. If anybody knows her, she's a sweetheart. I raised $904 on that occasion. And then yesterday, I was at the bazaar at the Ukrainian Center in Jenkintown. There were a lot of people, which is why I'm wearing a mask today, just to be safe. I raised $735 on that event. So I have plans to expand Jewelry for Humanity. This has to get a lot bigger than just me. My first step is to make Jewelry for Humanity more sustainable. So far, materials have been a personal investment, and like going forward, I'm going to change that model so that I retain 20% of sales so that I can purchase more materials and advertise and buy tables, etc. That's my next main step. I also will get the community involved. So in order to do that, with the UImagine Center, we'll be hosting an event where Ursinus students can like volunteer and make jewelry if they're interested. This will appeal to like people who enjoy making jewelry and also people who enjoy volunteering their time for noble causes. And then I also plan to expand my social media presence. So at first, I'm going to use the UImagine's resources to advertise and like say where people can buy jewelry. But once I graduate, I'd like to create an Instagram where I also like advertise and let people know where they can buy jewelry. And then I also need to create a logo. So there's a lot of reasons to support Jewelry for Humanity. I have years of experience selling jewelry, and I've learned from a whole bunch of mistakes, which from like using incorrect clasps to like underselling. Like I've learned from all those mistakes and can like use what I've learned to make Jewelry for Humanity more successful. I have direct plans to make my fundraiser bigger. A major reason is that Ukrainians really need humanitarian aid right now. Conditions are very, very dire in a lot of places. This is also another picture from that bombed maternity clinic, and she ended up like the woman over there with her baby. They didn't end up making it. And currently there's a lot of people who are looking for ways to help Ukraine, and there's a billion fundraisers out there, but it's not always clear like where your money would be going. So the nice thing about Jewelry for Humanity is that the money that goes to it will go to the UFA, and I've known the UFA for years. I know exactly what they're doing, so it's a very trusted partnership. So this is how Bear Innovation can help. If I were to get a little influx of money, I'd focus on buying materials for making elastic bracelets. As much as I really enjoy making wire bracelets, you can't really get volunteers to make wire bracelets because you need tools and a decent amount of skills in order to do that. So I'm going to focus on making wire bracelets for now. I'm going to focus on making elastic bracelets for now, because anybody can make an elastic bracelet, and that would allow me to get more community involvement so that I can make more bracelets and really scale up the amount of like product I'll have to sell. And if there's anything left over, I'd like to use some some of the money in order to buy tables and venues, and with the 20% of revenue that I'll take from what I sell, I'll be able to have more money in order to buy more materials and continue with the fundraiser. So supporting Jewelry for Humanity will allow me to raise more money to send to raise money for medical supplies to send to Ukraine. And thank you for listening.
I'll go first. Great job. So with your social media stuff, why not start that now? Was my main question. I made that a note because I read your proposal too. I know you said after you graduate, but what's stopping you from creating a logo and getting those pages all set up today?
Just because it takes a long time to make jewelry.
Okay.
And I've had like events that were coming up soon, like the bazaar, like the table that was like yesterday. And I sold also at Ursinus, so I've been focusing right now on just making products.
Okay.
And then like if I hold events where I can get other people involved, like I'll have more product to sell, so that could give me more time. But yeah, I've just been focusing right now on making the product, which does take a little bit of time.
Sure.
And also like school.
Yeah, of course.
I also like school.
Yeah.
You said I also like school. I love it.
If you don't have time to do social media yourself, I think there's a business in
I
here
know,
that can
I
help
saw
you
that.
out. So.
No, great job though. Like what you're doing so far, you've raised a significant amount. Selling bracelets and making them yourself, doing it all yourself seemingly. So I just keep up the good work and just look for different ways to scale and kind of get your message out there and provide support. So.
Are you considering moving your products online to sell them either through social media or through your own website or another e-commerce website?
Right now I'm just focusing on selling at tables with like different venues, because in terms of like how much you can make, like the cost of materials are kind of expensive, which is why I'm shifting to elastic, because that could be cheaper and I can make way more for cheaper. But also you can't like sell elastic bracelets for too much.
Mm-hmm.
So if I shift in, I would like to just like start to just sell a lot of elastic bracelets with tables and see how that goes. And if I can like play around with pricings, because like if you sell online, you also have to like pay for shipping and stuff like that. So I'm holding off on that for now and just focusing on like selling at venues.
Okay. Two things just to mention with that. One is I would look into, I believe Etsy was doing something not too long ago that would give the sellers full profit if they were doing donations. You can't quote me on that, but I know that there's something along those lines. So because you're planning on donating a portion of the proceeds to a nonprofit, there may be opportunities for you to sell online through like Etsy as the platform and not have to incur those fees. So maybe something to look into, just because then you can reach a wider audience. And again, as we've talked about, like economies of scale, the more product you can purchase, the cheaper it will be, per product. But you obviously have to be selling more product to do that as well. The other thing that I just want to comment is think about maybe creating something that is completely unique to you. And you may not be able to do this right away, but maybe down the road as you're creating more products and you're really kind of figuring out what your jewelry style is and what's going to make most sense, having something that is custom to your brand. So whether it be like if you've ever seen like Pura Vida, they have like the little P in the circle that dangles off the ends, something like that will differentiate your product from anyone else's, that people will understand that they purchased it from you and that donation goes back to Ukraine or something along those lines. So either like unique charm or colors, design, something that's unique to you. And then the last thing, I did have one more question, which is just, what was your initial involvement with Ukraine? Why were you interested in helping them when you were in high school?
Well, my family is Ukrainian, so I've always grown up like in the Ukrainian American community. And also it's like knowing a lot of people who have family in Ukraine. So like that's kind of like why I'm interested in doing it now.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, Christine, great presentation. I could just judging from what you've done over the years and how you present, I can tell you're very passionate about this. So a few questions. One, most important on my mind is, how is the therapy room that you helped fund the therapy room back in Ukraine, how's that faring with what's going on today over there?
So
is it
there's
still up?
There's no bombing in Lviv, like that's in western Ukraine.
Okay.
So as far as I know, it's still intact.
Okay, good.
There was some shelling in Lviv, but I think for the most part the city's still okay.
Good. Oh, very good. Okay. Number 2, why aren't you wearing your own jewelry?
Oh, this is.
Oh, that is? Okay. All right, that's on the watch. Okay, that's good. That's excellent. Okay, okay. I said, oh my goodness, you got to market your own product. Talk to me a little about, do you have repeat purchasers?
Well, so far, like, repeat purchasers are just, like, people within the Ukrainian community who, like, see my table.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the idea that after school, after college, after you graduate, you have some more time, start thinking about your Instagram. Probably to start culling a customer list together. Almost when people come to your tables or your booth, they sign if they're interested in receiving promotional messages from you, where you could share your newest offerings or what your great support, what you're putting your money towards these days. Always interesting and always helpful to have that customer list, and especially if people do like your product, they're going to want to purchase it again. So that would be my one suggestion here. But overall, I think a very, very powerful presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, you've done very well so far, considering it's yourself doing it all. Great way to help Ukraine. I mean, I booked an Airbnb for a few days with no intention of going, because that was one thing I heard about people doing. I think, again, after school, when you have more time, another thing is you could really grow it with other people. Obviously, you'd have to get help and train them. You could become an official nonprofit, and the reason for that is that then you could go after grants, to fund it and help you grow. So just my idea.
Thank you.
Great job.
Patriots.
Yeah.
Didn't do well this year, did they?
What?
Didn't do too well this year, did they?
10-7, same as the Eagles, right?
I guess you're right.
Oh.
And 1-1 in the Super Bowl. People like to forget that.
Okay.
Because the balls
This
weren't
guy.
pumped up all the way.
Yeah.
You lost Brady. Doesn't matter. You're my father.
Hi, my name is Mary Ricky, and I'm a freshman, and I'm majoring in applied economics. So, Fuel My Fire is a smartphone app that connects to the Apple Watch and is made to give personalized dietary supplement and health recommendations. So, as a college student athlete myself, I'm a gymnast. I'm always looking for new ways to balance school and gymnastics because, as you can imagine, with school, after a few weeks, it starts to add up and you're exhausted. So I'm always looking for new ways to help fuel my body and stay healthy. And when I try to look for new products, I found out it takes a lot of time. There's a lot of options, and so I kind of just give up. So I do know that a lot of student athletes or college students in general, are on their phones a lot, and a lot of us have Apple Watches. So with Fuel My Fire, I wanted to create an app that provided a non-stress shopping experience, and that would allow people to quickly find what their body actually needs, and that would benefit them according to the health information that's taken from an Apple Watch. The Apple Watch, it has total calories when it tracks your workouts and stuff, and then it also tracks your sleeping cycle, heart rate. And with the new Apple Watch, it actually says that it can calculate your blood oxygen levels. So with that information, that'll factor into giving a list of product recommendations. So there are a few things that go into making the list. There's not only the Apple Watch, but there's also going to be just some basic questions, and some detailed questions as well to give that list. So users can easily navigate through the list and click on the products that they think is best going to suit them. And this is why college student athletes are also my intended buyers, because it's easy to use and they're the ones who really need it most. So the app itself would be free. A 1 month free trial would be needed because over time the watch will calculate, it's not going to be able to give a recommendation list right away. So it's important to have that 1 month free trial to see if they want to subscribe for another month or 6 months or even a year. I would charge at like an average rate of $3 per month, and I would do this because Apple has to receive a percentage of my revenue since I would be like partnering with them on the App Store. But revenues would also include like the subscription fee, and I can also partner with stores like GNC or Vitamin Shop, or even just companies that want me to advertise their products. So, but there would be a difference between the advertised products and the products that are actually being recommended for the user. And with these revenues, it would help me cover the costs of working with other nutritionists, dietitians, and trainers who actually know what they're talking about. So on the app, there would be 3 sections: My Watch, My Body, and My Products. So under My Watch, it looks a lot just like the regular Apple Watch app on the iPhone, and you can see all of your past workouts, calories burned, and heart rate. On the My Body section, it has like some questions like your basic like age, height, and weight, because those are all basic things that are going to factor into finding what you need. But then there would also be some more detailed questions. Then there's the My Products, and here you'll see, for example, I have like Liquid IV and Fit Aid, and it would just be easier on a list like this because you can see where it's available at in stores, and this is why other companies would possibly want to partner with me, because I can help increase their sales as well. So in the future, I would like to start promoting on social media first, because of course everyone's on social media nowadays. But since it is an app, it's even easier to advertise and promote. And I don't know if you guys are aware about NIL now, but I think this would be something that college student athletes would be willing to advertise, and it'd be really easy for them to do that and tell their friends, and that would help me as well. And of course, it benefits people as well as other companies. So my next steps would be to invest in working with nutritionists, dietitians, or physical therapists, stuff like that, because I am not a nutritionist or dietitian. But again, invest in doing more research so that I can improve the app and really have that individualized plan. So I'd like to start marketing the idea by just word of mouth, telling friends, and then specifically getting it out there to those college athletes. So I want Fuel My Fire to be an app that can help athletes maintain, manage, and fuel their fire.
I'll go first, I guess, since no one else spoke. Great job. I have a question about the app. So you had pictures of it. Those were just like a rough idea of what you would want it to look like?
Yeah, it's just like a prototype
Okay.
that I made.
'Cause, I mean, it looks streamlined, and that's how you want it, or something like that. Do you have any idea of like development costs, or have you reached out to anybody as far as?
No.
Okay, not at that stage yet.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So yeah, I guess you said you wanted to talk to like dietitians and stuff like that to kind of get a gauge on what the best design for it would be.
Because
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, something from blood oxygen levels could mean you need this, but I wouldn't be able to know that.
The actual
So,
data and how it's
yeah.
applied to the products. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay. That's all I got.
So I come from fitness, and I was an athlete, and also marketing, but so I was kind of thinking about the different aspects of this because I've been a huge proponent of like the quantified self movement, of understanding more data about yourself to figure out how to be healthier and happier and all that fun stuff. So I kind of see this, I feel like there's absolutely a need for this because we are all trying to figure out, you know, we all know that one size doesn't fit all. So we're trying to figure out how to best optimize our own performance based off of how we're fueling our bodies. So either through nutrition or movement or whatever that may be. So love the idea, absolutely. And then I was thinking through this as you were going about how this is kind of like an aggregation of a couple different apps. Like for instance, on your watch, you know, you can track your fitness, but also it will integrate with, I can't remember the name of it, but there's like a food planning where you're tracking your food, and then so it will look and see your calories, it'll see your deficits, it will also give you some like general kind of recommendations. So I think that there's two things. One is that this could potentially be a way to kind of, you know, use like API and pull in some of those stats from other apps and kind of work as like an integrator.
Yeah.
And then like you said, kind of like spit out those custom results and the personalization. And so maybe that could be a simpler way to get there if you can, you know, work alongside the other apps and figure out that algorithm, but it wouldn't require a full, complete app build with all of your own data sources and integrations and that kind of stuff. The other thing that I was thinking was there's a very blurry line with offering dietary and medical advice. So it's kind of hard. You got to stay on one side or the other, or have like some disclosures and things like that. But I do think when you kind of mentioned talking about dietitians and nutritionists, having them maybe be another layer to this platform could be great, because everyone's situation is different, like you said. So you have to figure out what data points you need to be collecting on each individual, but having access to like you probably don't have access to a nutritionist right now, right? But making it simple through the app and giving you access to one, even if it's just for a couple questions or something along those lines, that could definitely be a differentiator and really kind of help you know, student athletes who are not getting that nutrition side of the equation. But it could ultimately help and boost their performance. So my question was just, you know, if you explore this and you see that this is an opportunity, what would you hope that end product would really look like? And it doesn't have to be an exact answer, but what functions do you think it would be able to perform that you would feel that would be beneficial? So giving you, like you said, an idea of what you should be eating, but are there other functions in there that you would like to see?
I think mostly just like, I mean, I know since I've gotten to college, I've gotten like sick a lot, and I have started to take like more vitamins because, I mean, I'm worn down. But one thing I think would be really cool to see is even have like, especially being at like a D3 school, I know some D1 schools, like they do have nutritionists and people who like make food plans and stuff for them, which is obviously different from this. But just being able to like, say the school like buys subscriptions for the athletes, and then like a whole team is able to, you know, have their own like plan in a way, I guess.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that answered.
No, it does. And you mentioned one thing before, which was about like the difference between the paid products and then the recommended products,
Yes,
which I think is good to differentiate, because no one trusts paid ads.
Yes.
So having like the differentiation there, but also being able to promote some of the products that are good products,
Right.
is a good thing. Yeah. So you definitely answered the question, and I like the idea too that you just kind of said about having a team-wide subscription.
Yeah.
And that there could even be like a gamification function on there, like an added ring or something, you know, that like if you're getting all your nutrients, you get like an extra ring. I don't know. I love closing my rings.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, it's great. So I'm the outsider here. I didn't go to Ursinus, but I was a Division I athlete, and I can tell you when I played, certainly when the nutrients were all gone away, I'd eat a hamburger. and a fries. So I could certainly have done a lot better if I had your app, and better choices, because this is body by hamburger right now. So in any case, a few things. One, I like your idea. I like your idea of using the ambassadors, I like the NIL program. I think that's great. I think you'll have a big uptick on that. I think that you'll have some traction with that. I think a little bit like what Brandon asked, I had some similar questions, but you're probably not, all the way there yet. Really understanding what the data fee costs would be to get the data from Apple ID.
Yeah.
Obviously, again, certainly data privacy issues there with personalized information coming back and forth. Certainly need to consider somebody who's going to keep up with the app, especially as iOS changes all their versions quite frequently, and making sure your app still is ready to run on that. Legal insurance, right? If somebody provides bad nutritionist information and somebody gets very sick, even though it may not have been your fault, you're going to want to cover yourself. And certainly disclaimers all over the board in your app. You're gonna need. But I think other than that, really great idea. I think it'll be interesting to see how you build this out with like a GNC or with Vitamin Shop, because you're right, they do some similar offerings. But I also read your presentation, and I liked some of the other ideas you had in there around recipes being offered out, right? Or maybe offering articles or webinars on certain topics, so that it provides a more exhaustive list and a broader list of capabilities. Thank you.
Just two quick things, because we're probably running out of time. So
My
again,
fault.
so the next stage when you're meeting with the dietitians and everything else, to Brandon's point too, you should probably also include one person who's an app designer or UI designer at the same time. And that'll help merge the two things, the recommendations from them with keeping the app clean and appropriate and all the rest of that. The other thing I was wondering too is, have you thought about, when they're entering their metrics, have you thought about templates in certain areas? So for example, you being a gymnast might have also just general different needs to somebody who's a swimmer or somebody who's a tennis student. So, and you could have certain metrics up front built in with that could adjust over time that would save time for a particular type of app.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice job.
Well, thank you everyone for listening to our presentations, and thank you to all our competitors for your strong presentations today. I can tell you that these are definitely some of the strongest presentations I've seen in my last 3 years here, so congratulations and good job on all the hard work, because I know how many emails I've been sending you guys for the last 2 months, so I can imagine how much work you've done to prepare for this day. So we are going to go into a reception time now while the judges deliberate. We budgeted a little bit of time for this, so the reception is going to end at 2 o'clock. So we're going to ask everyone to come back in here at 2 o'clock, and then we have our guest speaker who's going to give us a keynote address. And then after the keynote address, then we will announce the winners of the competition. So yeah, with that being said, you feel free to move up around and go have some refreshments, and there is some hors d'oeuvres and stuff as well. It's open to competitors as well. So if you have any questions, you can find me and Maureen, and then we'll see you at 2 o'clock. So thank you so much.
Yeah, so please enjoy the reception.
What's that?
Of course not. Two girls, but all
I was like, I don't know where he went. He wasn't in the room. I ditched him.
It just has gotten hotter and hotter here.
Oh yeah, did you want me to open the door back up? Sorry, I shut it, thinking I was supposed to.
I tried to like figure out how to make it cooler.
You can't.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't.
true.
Yeah,
That's
just-
true.
I think it's regulated externally, and so when there's not supposed to be people in here, there's no air coming in or circulating.
It's a weird time of year. You turn the heat off, you turn the air on, open windows.
God, we've been waiting.
All right, what the hell?
I couldn't get
Wait,
started.
hold on, the
and-
program.
My bad.
Good to go?
Yep, awesome.
All right.
See, wasn't
Should I
mine.
just take off with it? All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me come and be the keynote speaker. It's really an honor. Congratulations to everyone who presented today. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic. Let's be very happy with it. So, my name is Quentin, by the way. Much like you, I'm closer to student than success story, especially in the realm of entrepreneurship. I only just graduated about a year ago now, which feels like an eternity. And when I was first asked to come here and speak, it was a huge honor, but to be completely honest, I had absolutely no idea what I was going to talk about. And to some extent I still don't, so forgive me if it goes wrong. But I believe that's born of the fact that when I was a student and I watched people present in topics such as this, in entrepreneurship, it was predominantly made up of successful individuals, people who were 40 or 50 years old, had started and sold 4 or 5 companies, written 10 best-selling books on the secrets to success, tracked the markets, did all of that good stuff, and had a personal net worth high enough that campus benefactors would just line up. They just want the money, you know. All these people are very successful and they have a lot to offer, but there can be rather hard to relate to for a student who's just starting out. So in that way, I'm hoping that I can provide at least a brief insight into what it's like to actually go from a student to entrepreneur, what it's like to dive straight in right out of college, or even just first steps if you're waiting a couple years going into the workforce. What is it like to be at the ground floor without looking back through the rose-tinted veil of success? So to really answer this, I think it's important to touch on what entrepreneurship is, which seems like a simple question, right? What is entrepreneurship? Well, it's starting a business. And that's not wrong, but there's so much more to it. It can't be that easy. Businesses are easy to make now. You could download LegalZoom and have a business before I finish this presentation. It's paperwork. It's really straightforward. So if anyone can do it, then why doesn't everybody? Because there's more to it than that. It's more complex. So what would be a good definition for entrepreneurship? And you could ask a million people, you get a million different answers, none of which are necessarily wrong, but my personal favorite is an entrepreneur is somebody who solves problems without regard to the resources they control. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to be financial. It can be intellectual property-wise, it could be raw material for manufacturing, or it could be financial, which many times it can be and is. But these individuals, an entrepreneur, is somebody who has identified something that needs to be fixed, or a benefit that needs to be conferred to the public. And despite the fact they do not currently possess the means to achieve that, will still pursue it anyway, solving it as they go along. And in essence, what is it like to be an entrepreneur? In that way, it's very scary. There's a lot of unknown in that particular endeavor, right? You, by definition, do not have resources to achieve your goal. Terrifying. It's a lot of upfront costs and liability on you. You have to put money in before anybody else does. And even scarier, you might be asking friends and family for money, putting their money on the line beyond your own, which is also scary. You don't want to lose your investors' money, especially if you're related to them. It makes Thanksgiving very awkward. You also have a lot of responsibility to manage your own time, which is a hard adjustment to make, especially coming from an academic institution. Despite having a lot of freedoms in college, you still have a lot of people to fall back on, whether they be your professors or a general mentor or even counselors. These people are there to guide you if you need assistance. They provide you with aid and can direct you toward the right path. In a career, a private industry career, you get the same thing. You have supervisors, you have managers. These people will train you and will instruct you on how to grow and succeed. Even if you're the CEO of a company, you're going to have boards of directors and other people who will guide you to success that you can fall back on to some extent. But when you're just starting out and you don't have the board of directors, you don't necessarily have a wide team, the only people that you really truly have to push you is yourselves, which is a hard adjustment to make. Beyond having to motivate yourself to work through sick days, because if you didn't do it, no one else would, or motivating yourself to study something new because you don't have somebody to manage your financials, you have to do it yourself. It doesn't matter that you're a biology major, you have to know how to keep the books. All of these things are hard to adjust to. Speaking of which, it's important to note as an entrepreneur, to some extent, you're expected to know everything. You won't know everything. Nobody knows everything. You could be the smartest person in a room and you will never be ready to start a business, simply because every business is unique and every situation is going to require a tailor-fit approach to fix that particular problem, which you'll have to identify at the time it arrives. It's really hard to plan for anything like that. So, knowing that, you might say, I'll study the financial accounting, I'll study basic marketing, I'll study how to manufacture my goods. But when you really set up and you're ready to put your brand out there, you might realize, oh, I forgot, I need somebody who's fantastic at art to make my labels for my product, or I need somebody who understands the legal background in order to make sure I'm compliant with FDA standards, things of that nature. And that is very intimidating. There's also just the general fear of failure that you have to contend with. As an entrepreneur, you're going to be knocked down repeatedly, and sometimes in a very brutal way. Again, more often than not, you have your support structure, you have family, you have friends, you have people who are there to help you, but you have to pick yourself back up, which is easier said than done in many cases. I said I wouldn't step on that, and I did, and I apologize. But it's important to also realize there's stresses for failure and success, which seems like a bit of an oxymoron, but there is sort of an underlying fear of success, not only in what's going to happen to me and my situation as I become successful, but now I have all of this that I built up from the ground up and I can't lose it. It's already mine, I can't lose it. I have investors now, I have employees that rely on me. I need to be successful, which is a stressful thing. So that, in a way, is what it's like to be an entrepreneur. So have I scared you all away? Potentially, it is scary. But, and it isn't for everybody, and there's no shame in that. Entrepreneurship is a very niche field that can be very difficult to work in. So, with all of that being said, should you, if this sounds like something you're interested in, be an entrepreneur? Absolutely. It is fantastic. Entrepreneurship, in my opinion, is probably one of the, if not the best things you can do career-wise that you can ever do in your life. It's really unlike anything else. It's indescribable in a way. What makes it so unique is that you are truly managing your own destiny, your own career path. You have complete control in a way that nearly no other industry would allow you to have. If you have a particular vision, this is how it's done. Many times people say they're frustrated in their chosen career because they're working on something they're not necessarily passionate about, or their research isn't directly in line with what they'd want to do. An example would be when I was at Brown in my graduate studies, I was working on protein synthesis and protein engineering, which was a lot of fun, but I really like tissue stuff. So it was similar to what I wanted, but I couldn't really affect it. I wasn't the PI, I wasn't the person writing the checks. It wasn't my choice. Through entrepreneurship, suddenly now it's my choice, which is, for better or worse, in my opinion, perhaps one of the best things you can experience in your career. The ability to sit down and say, this is what I want to do, this is what I'm passionate about, and I'm going to pursue it how I deem fit. Not to say you shouldn't take the advice of others, but you as the founders are leading this company through to a new revolutionary world, and it's your job to get there, and it's just such a unique experience. I really can't stress that enough. So what else is great about entrepreneurship? Well, the same constraints that you experience from the lack of resources can also be your greatest strength. It's fun and exciting and engaging to figure out how you can work with what you have to solve problems, and in many ways that can lead to innovation on its own. You have situations where you might not have the funds to buy the equipment you need. So your options are to give up or develop an alternative way to manufacture it. Perhaps your new way to manufacture is more efficient. Clearly it's more cost effective, and that can be in itself an entirely new value proposition to your company. You're willing to work outside the norm. You're willing to innovate in a way that previously hasn't been done. So from my experience to you, and again, very new at this myself, so with a grain of salt, what would I recommend to be the first steps? Well, the first thing is to identify individuals who share your passions. It's very hard to be a solo entrepreneur. Not impossible. I actually am a solo entrepreneur, but I can tell you from experience, it is so tiring and so painful sometimes. And I know it's not sustainable. It won't be for much longer. You need a team behind you, whether they're mentors, whether they're colleagues, whether they're investors. People will support you and fill in the knowledge gaps that you simply won't have. You can't know everything. Another great thing to worry about when you're first starting out is determining your minimum viable product. Now, what is your minimum viable product? Really, that's just, what is it that you're offering? What do I need to get that product out to people? What is the smallest, least complicated version of my service that I can give to people and get meaningful feedback from it? And that's the key. You have to be able to offer to them. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be good enough that they can critique it. An example, if you were trying to make a computer that competed with MacBooks, you don't have to make something better than a MacBook right off the bat. But if your intention is to be better, you should have a product that at least is competitive enough that someone can tell you what they like, what they don't like, what needs to change. And from there, you continue to advance. What's nice about that as well is when you go to pitch to people, get investors, then you have data, hard data right there, right on the spot that says, look, I have my prototype. This is what people are saying. It's already in a competitive state, but with your money, I can get it a little bit further along. What else do you need? Bottom-up research. Top-down research, for anyone who's unfamiliar, is the stuff you would customarily find looking up on Google, your global market evaluations, trends, industry growth, things like that. Bottom-up is your interviews. What does the average person in your industry want? What are the donors if you have a nonprofit? What do they want to see in their nonprofits? What does an individual look for in their products? That information can directly impact and shape how you grow and advance as a company, which is pretty cool. And finally, it's important to really understand what you want out of your business. And in a way, it's not any easier to pick one way or another. Do you want a small mom and pop style shop that services a community and does it really well? Or do you want a multinational conglomerate that does $50 billion a day in revenue? It might sound like one's substantially harder than the other, and in some ways it is, but to start it, it's more or less the same. You're gonna have the same initial trials and tribulations. It's just how you proceed from there that makes it your final vision, your exit strategy, what you see the company growing into. So, with that being said, because I don't have a ton of time, I'll wrap it up. What is the current climate for people trying to get into business? Right now, it's a very weird time to be an entrepreneur. Some of you have already started a business and can probably attest to that. Between COVID, lockdown scares, supply chain crimping and bottlenecking, preventing people from getting the resources they need, And the general state of the economy with inflation and high variability in market prices, it adds a layer of complexity that you'll have to address, especially if you intend on starting formally within the next year. There's a lot of people who have fallen out of the business this year as well, simply because they can't adapt to the current state of the economy and the way things are done. But don't let that discourage you, because with the downside comes an opportunity. With every negative, there's something positive to glean. While big businesses are pivoting and reorienting themselves to this current state of the economy, you have the advantage of starting from the ground in that new position. They're pivoting, you're already there. You can start in an advantageous way. You also have the advantage of being able to make use of resources that they don't necessarily have at their disposal. As businesses go out of operation, you can purchase used equipment, things of that nature, to help bolster yourself and set you up for great, expansive growth. So, with all that being said, entrepreneurship is an incredibly challenging thing. Probably one of the hardest career choices you can make, to be honest. There's so many unknowns. But if you're willing to take that risk, I would so highly encourage you to do it, because it is unlike anything else you can experience. And I think everyone here would do so well and would achieve so much from having that opportunity. Thank you all very much for your time.
Turn it over to you guys, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then I'll just say something.
Okay.
So on behalf of all the judges, we want to say that everyone did a really, really excellent job today. You make our job very challenging in trying to decide who should get the awards. So before we give out the awards, please give yourselves and your friends a round of applause for all the good hard work that they put into it. And of course, thanks to Maureen and her team and all of the volunteers who helped out today. So thanks to everyone. And we will go ahead with the first two awards, which are going to be, which one's the first one? The Ready, Set, Go, or the
Let's do the
oral presentation?
Get out of here. Just
Just kidding.
I'll just wait.
You can sit there.
Okay, so the award that the judges, so first of all, we were back there for a while, right? Because this was very difficult. You all did a tremendous job, like Jen just said. But I'm really proud the group came to this consensus pretty easily on the best oral presentation, and we'd like to present this to current year. Very passionate about, very well versed on certainly the kickboard market, and we think you have a wonderful idea, but certainly the way you presented, the energy that you showed at the room, we were really proud of you, so congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I was told there's a certificate here too. Just the one.
Yeah,
right?
just that one.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the Ready, Set, Go award. We actually came to an agreement for this to be split between two teams. And those two teams are ECIM and Shepherd's Theater.
Oh, it's like you guys color coordinate.
Yeah.
You guys hold it, I'll get out of here. On the side.
Very good.
once again, everybody did a fantastic job, and thanks for taking the time and being so prepared with the presentations and everything. And I feel like if we were watching Oscars or Grammys or whatever, I should take 15 minutes to rattle an envelope, but I'll get right to it. This is the third prize, which we're awarding to Green Plane.
You can take it with you. We're gonna take like group pictures of everyone at the end.
Okay.
You gotta be tricky with this one.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right. I almost blew it. All right. So our second prize goes to my Crocs. Here's your certificate. And then, here you go. You can hold on to that. Here, Julie, you can come in. Congratulations. And then all the judges come up for the last one, right?
Sure.
And if anyone can do a drum roll, we'll take that too. There we go. All right, our first prize winner for this year's competition goes to the Bridge Foundation.
Oh, it was, thank you.
Congratulations, Trevor. Good job.
Thank you.
Are you gonna hold on to that?
Get a group photo of you?
Yeah,
So stand
we can
right
go
now.
right in the center. Good job. There you go. All right. So on behalf of everybody at the UImagine Center here at Ursinus, I'd like to congratulate all the participants. You all did a great job. And we appreciate your time, all the effort that you put in, and energy that you put into your proposals. So what I'd like to do is to ask you all to come up, we'll get a picture, and then we'll get a picture with the judges as well, okay? So if all of our contestants can come up.
It's like we need music or something. Like,
Lighten the mood a bit. Some beers flowing.
Yeah. The cart comes in. It's like anyone. I don't think any of them were seniors, were they? Maybe they were. Tried to write it down. But
I wrote it on my book.
just like that decision.
Can half of you like stand in front of the other half, like
You guys are gonna have to go 2 rows. 2 rows.
So we
Like,
can't stop them. We'll get out of the way.
Oh yeah, are we in your way?
We're not being helpful.
We're just watching, telling them what to do.
So we're like,
a little.
Oh, me.
yes, that's true.
Do we?
Looks good.
Can I play?
Looks good.
Thank you.
If the winners want to grab your checks, we'll do like a group winner picture real quick, and then we can do individuals as well. And do we have any other closing remarks? Or do you want to do the closing remarks and then we can take more pictures afterwards?
Yeah, so the closing remarks are, I just want to thank everyone who's participated today. I appreciate your time, your effort, your Sunday, and your support of the UImagine Center. So on behalf of myself, the UImagine Center, the student ambassadors, thank you all for your dedication and time today. So thank you. a drink, so help yourself.
Hey, can you do me a favor? I need to take a picture of me with that sign.